The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Sexy, so long, Black American princess. I'm probably posted in the crib lighting incense. Lit bitch, I could get you touched in an instance. If you ain't black, stay the fuck out the business. Bow. All the 9 blacks to the back. All the 9 blacks to the back. Hold on, damn. All the 9 blacks to the back. All the 9 blacks to the back. Nigga, blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. You know they say the bigger the bush, the deeper the roof. I'm knowing it's a bitch like me that's being produced, but you can't. I'll do the door, I'm doing it. I ain't beefing with bitches, they need to get in the booth. They steady singing my name, I need to give them some tune. They throwing salt on the player cause they can't get in the room. Okay, I'm sweeping these bitches, they wanna spit on the broom. All the cute black girls streaming my shit. Ego so big, niggas feeding my shit. I need my rep, black bitch, but the purse America me. These black ass roots go beyond me. You never supposed to put your purse on the ground, but I'm slamming this coin purse on the concrete. Bow. All the 9 blacks to the back. All the 9 blacks to the back. Hold on, damn. All the 9 blacks to the back. All the 9 blacks to the back. Nigga, honey on my tongue. I'm talking slicker than hoes. Ass fat. You know that I'm walking thicker than hoes. Bitches talking in a circle, a bunch of rigmarole. I ain't shaking white hands. I watch them digging they hole. Red brick on my doorstep. Back your ass up, nigga, I'ma need like 4 steps. I got a hold on them forceps. If you ain't black, then you can't say, nigga, I enforce that. You're not invited to the cookout, but you can watch from the middle of the streets, be the lookout. Cause I remember we was pushed out. So if you can't say the word, then your ass getting put out. Big lips, thick hips, go hoops. I'm trim, big nose, white tips. I'm getting paid in full, rock him. All the 9 blacks to the back. All the 9 blacks to the back. Hold on, damn. All the 9 blacks to the back. All the 9 blacks to the back, nigga.
Yeah.
All the 9 blacks to the back. A great black family. I thought I started off with something different. Grand rising, grand evening to you. Thank y'all for tuning into this episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che. And on this season 5, episode 45, part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is that damn Kash Patel disrespecting our sister, our queen mother, Assata Shakur. I'm sorry, y'all. Lady Che came over and just completely threw me off. All right. So, on this, we're discussing Assata Shakur, the black liberation fighter. Rest in power to our sister, queen mother, Tupac's auntie. Punk ass FBI director Kash Patel disrespects the queen mother, Assata Shakur, after her passing. Ezra Keene and the end of the phony white liberal. Claressa Shields unboxes her anniversary gift from Papoose before attending Bud Crawford's party. Bud Crawford, a brother who just won lightweight, heavyweight, middleweight championship. I can't remember which weight class, but he's like the winner of like 3 weight classes. And he just beat that Latino about 2 weeks ago. He was held at gunpoint by police after hometown celebration on his birthday. Then we got rapper Ice Cube's tour bus catches fire in downtown Portland. Investigation underway. Ice Cube's tour bus burnt. Blacc America reacts to the real story. Chicago mayor gets booed and heckled at CBC Foundation Phoenix Awards. The problem with America is white America violence and mass shooting. Michigan church shooter identified as Thomas Stanford, leaving 2 dead, multiple injuries. At least 3 dead after shooting at North Carolina waterfront bar. We are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a front line and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. and we have been around for 5 seasons now and counting. We have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Blacc News is the first one, and we started back in 2020, 2021. Then the RBA, and then we brought Shabaka's Buck Experience Enhanced over to StreamYard a couple of years ago. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Lady Chase, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, Jay Millie, who's in the chat with us right now, was cracking TV with Jay Militant. His link is in the description. Also, our brother Kukizi, who does our intro track, his link is also in the description. And the Church of Black Power, a brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, his link is also in the description. Also, we have the petition for reparations in the description as well. Black family, please sign it. We have the GoFundMe for the brother that was expelled from college for mocking the death of Charlie Kirk. His link is also in the description. And Lady Chase GoFundMe is also in the description. Okay, cats. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to this music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, and as economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And that's by the great Nelly Fuller Jr. RIP to him. He transitioned back in February. ProduceJustice.com. Then when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by the great Nelly Fuller Jr. ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the great Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned back in 2016. So that's what we have for y'all. Make sure y'all like and subscribe, like Twin has said in the chat, to the Frontline Blacc News. So I'm going to hop right into it with the first video, and that is Assata Shakur. So we're going to hear from the Queen Mother herself, one of her poems that she did before she passed away. I think she did this after she was in solitary confinement. So let me see if I can find it. I got 2 videos actually. So the first video is from Kukizi. Shout out to Kukizi. And then the second video is Assata Shakur, the Black liberation fighter. Let me share the screen again. My computer is so sluggish right now. Well, let me share my screen so you can see it. Shout out to Sister Sherelle Bryant for tapping in. Coming over. Shout out to Mac 285. And of course, shout out to Jay Millie with cracking TV with Jay Militant. All right.
Hi, everybody.
And like I said, Lady Che is right here with me.
Family, today's report is different. Today, we honor the life, the legacy, and the spirit of our told me about Assata. As big as her story was, why didn't I know about her? Why wasn't she in the same lessons? That's when it hit me. It's my job to make sure my children and the next generation do know. They won't have to stumble on her story by accident. They'll know who she was, what she stood for, and why courage matters. Assata wasn't just a name for your FBI list. She was a soldier. She was a teacher, a fearless spirit who stood tall against the system of white supremacy. No matter the propaganda, the truth is clear. She was untouchable. I encourage everybody listening to watch her interviews, study the documentaries, and most importantly, read her book. Her words carry the type of fire and the wisdom that will never die. Long live the spirit of Assata Shakur.
In prison, I was shot with my hands in the air. I was accused of a wide variety of crimes, all of which, with the exception of the murder of a New Jersey state trooper, I was acquitted. I was tried for the murder of a New Jersey state trooper by an all-white jury in a highly prejudiced county where something like 70% of those polled already believed I was guilty. I was tried in the press for years. I was subsequently convicted. I was sentenced to life plus 30 years in prison, plus 30 years because I would not stand up for the judge. I spent 6.5 years in prison. 2 of those 6.5 years I spent in solitary confinement in men's prisons, which was against New Jersey law, but nevertheless, that's where I was sent, and that's where I spent 2 years. And I subsequently escaped.
All you scared to death Negroes. Just sit down. You come out to defend our enemy. You sit down and you shut up and tell your master to come on out and deal with this.
All right, thank you, Kukisi, for that awesome homage to our Queen Mother, Assata Shakur. Now, the next one is one of her speeches she did after she was in solitary confinement. So my computer catches up. I'm sorry, it's like so sluggish. The letter to the Pope. No, Khalifa.
Your Holiness, I hope this letter finds you in good health, in good disposition. I must confess that it had never occurred to me before to write you, and I find myself overwhelmed and moved to have this opportunity. Although circumstances have compelled me to reach out to you on this occasion to try to cross the boundaries that would otherwise tend to separate us. I understand that the New Jersey State Police have written to you and asked you to intervene and to help facilitate my extradition back to the United States. I believe that their request is unprecedented in history, since they have refused to make their letter to you public, although they have not hesitated to publicize their request. I am completely uninformed as to the accusation they are making. Why? I wonder. Do I want? Please let me take a moment to tell you about myself. Shakur, and I was born and raised in the United States. I am a descendant of Africans who were kidnapped and brought to the Americas as slaves. I spent my early childhood in the racist segregated South. I later moved to the northern part of the country where I realized that Black people were equally victimized by racism and oppression. I grew up and became a political activist for the movement, and most of all, in the movement for the liberation of African Americans in the United States. I later joined the Black Panther Party, an organization that was targeted by the COINTELPRO program, a program that was set up by the Federal Bureau of Investigation to eliminate all political opposition to the U.S. government's policies, to destroy the Black liberation movement in the United States, to discredit activists, and to eliminate potential leaders. Under the COINTELPRO program, many political activists were harassed, imprisoned, murdered, or otherwise neutralized. As a result of being targeted by COINTELPRO, I, like many other young people, was faced with the threat of prison, underground, exile, or death. The FBI, with the help of local police agencies, systematically fed false accusations and fake news and other activists of crimes we did not commit. Although in my case the charges were eventually dropped or I was eventually acquitted, the national and local police agencies created a situation where, based on their false accusations against me, any police officer could shoot me on sight. It was not until the Freedom of Information Act was passed in the mid-70s that we began to see the scope of the United States government's persecution of political activists. At this point, I think that it is important to make one thing very clear. I have advocated, and I still advocate, revolutionary changes in the structure and in the principles that govern the United States. I advocate self-determination for my people and for all oppressed people inside the United States. I advocate an end to capitalist exploitation, the abolition of racist policies, the eradication of sexism, and the elimination of political repression. If that is a crime, then I am totally guilty. To make a long story short, I was captured in New Jersey in 1973 after being shot with both arms held in the air and then shot again from the back. I was left on the ground to die, and when I did not, I was taken to a local hospital where I was threatened, beaten, and tortured. In 1977, I was convicted in a trial that can only be described as a legal lynching. In 1979, I was able to escape with the aid of some of my fellow comrades. I saw this as a necessary step, not only because I was innocent of the charges against me, but because I knew that the racist legal system in the United States, I would receive no justice. I was also afraid that I would be murdered in prison. I later arrived in Cuba, where I am currently living in exile as a political refugee. The New Jersey State Police and other law enforcement officials say they want to see me brought to justice. But I would like to know what they mean by justice. Is torture justice? I was kept in solitary confinement for more than 2 years, mostly in men's prisons, Is that justice? My lawyers were threatened with imprisonment and imprisoned. Is that justice? I was tried by an all-white jury without even the pretext of impartiality and then sentenced to life in prison plus 33 years. Is that justice? Let me emphasize that justice for me is not the issue I am addressing here. It is justice for my people that is at stake. When my people receive justice, I am sure that I will receive it too. I know that your holiness will reach your own conclusion, but I feel compelled to present the circumstances surrounding the application of so-called justice in New Jersey. I am not the first or the last person to be victimized by the New Jersey system of justice. The New Jersey State Police are infamous for their racism and brutality. Many legal actions have been filed against them. And just recently, in a class action legal proceeding, the New Jersey State Police were found guilty of having an, quote, officially sanctioned de facto policy of targeting minorities for investigation and arrest, unquote. Although New Jersey's population is more than 78% white, more than 75% of the prison population is made up of Blacks and Latinos. 80% of women in New Jersey prisons are women of color. There are 15 people on death row in the state, and 7 of them are Black. A 1987 study found that New Jersey prosecutors sought the death penalty in 50% of cases involving a Black defendant and a white victim, but only 28% of cases involving a Black defendant and a Black victim. Unfortunately, the situation in New Jersey is not unique, but reflects the racism that permeates the entire country. The United States has the highest rate of incarceration in the world. There are more than 1.7 million people in U.S. prisons. This number does not include the more than 500,000 people in city and county jails, nor does it include the alarming number of children in juvenile institutions. The vast majority of those behind bars are people of color, and virtually all of those behind bars are poor. The result of this reality is devastating. 1/3 of Black men between the ages of 20 and 29 are either in prison or under the jurisdiction of the criminal justice system. Prisons are big business in the United States, and the building, running, and supplying of prisons has become the fastest growing industry in the country. Factories are moving into the prisons, and prisoners are forced to work for slave wages. It meant the installation of a new form of slavery. Those who cannot find work on the streets are forced to. Not only are the prisons used as instruments of economic exploitation, they also serve as instruments of political repression. There are more than 100 political prisoners in the United States. They are African Americans, Puerto Ricans, Chicanos, Native Americans, Asians, and progressive white people who oppose the policies of the United States government. Many of those targeted by the COINTELPRO program have been in prison since the early 1970s. Although the situation in prisons is an indication of human rights violations inside the United States, there are other, more deadly indicators. There are currently 3,365 people now on death row, and more than 50% of those awaiting death are people of color population, but we make up 41.01% of persons who have received the death penalty. The number of state assassinations has increased drastically. In 1997 alone, 71 people were executed. A special rapporteur appointed by the United Nations organization found serious human rights violations in the United States, especially related to the death penalty. According to his findings, people who are mentally ill were sentenced to death, people with severe mental and learning disabilities, as well as minors under 18. Serious racial bias was found on the part of judges and prosecutors. Specifically mentioned in the report was the case of Mumia Abu Jamal, the only political prisoner on death row, who was sentenced to death because of his and because of his work as a journalist, exposing police brutality in the city of Philadelphia. I believe that some people spell God with one O, while others spell it with two. What we call God is unimportant as long as we do God's work. There are those who want to see God's wrath fall on the and not on the oppressors. I believe that the time has ended when slavery, colonialism, and oppression can be carried out in the name of religion. It was in the dungeons of prison that I felt the presence of God up close. And it has been my belief in God and in the goodness of human beings that has helped me to survive. I am not ashamed of having been in prison, and I am certainly not ashamed of having been a political prisoner. I believe that Jesus was a political prisoner who was executed because he fought against the evils of the Roman Empire, because he fought against the greed of the money changers in the temple, because he fought against the sins and injustices of his time. As a true child of God, Jesus spoke up for the poor, for the meek, for the sick, and the oppressed. The early Christians were thrown into lions' dens. I will try to follow the example of so many who have stood up in the face of overwhelming oppression. I am not writing to ask you to intercede on my behalf. I ask nothing for myself. I only ask you to examine the social reality of the United States and to speak out against the human rights violations that are taking place. On this day, the birthday of Martin Luther King, I am reminded of all those who gave their lives for freedom. Most of the people who live on this planet are still not free. I ask only that you continue to work and pray to end oppression and political repression. It is my heartfelt belief that all the people on this earth deserve justice. Social justice, political justice, and economic justice. I believe it is the only way we will ever achieve peace and prosperity on this earth. I hope that you enjoy your visit to Cuba. This is not a country that is rich in material wealth, but it is a country that is rich in human wealth, spiritual wealth, and moral wealth. Respectfully yours, Assata Shakur.
Yep. So RIP to the Queen Mother, Assata Shakur. A major salute. A real political prisoner. Not like they're trying to make that illegal immigrant. What's her name? Jeanette. She's a political prisoner. No, she ain't no damn political prisoner. Our Queen Mother Assata Shakur was a political prisoner, and I myself, as a Black Panther Cub, and a BLA Cub as well, Black Liberation Army Cub, I really take offense to that when they try to say that legal immigrant who snuck into this country over 20 years ago. Mother was definitely a political prisoner. So big rest in power, big rest in paradise to her. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
Hold on one second. I think this cupcake is like super dark chocolate. It's like super messy. Hold on one second. I don't know if you can see me.
Yeah,
yes.
I got a mirror.
Right, check it out. I feel like how Cookies, our brother Kurt, our Cookies said. I felt like, why didn't we learn about this? Why didn't we know? I also got the other side where I did know. I did learn around the time everything was happening with Tupac. I learned about that after the fact. It was after the fact, right? And I learned about it through my Panther revolutionary father, Brother Yanga.
Shout out to Cousin Yanga.
I learned about her too, and then I learned about it more even through a documentary that I watched on Hulu. I think it was on Hulu. Tried to show it, but they banned me from it that time. It came out, in the first couple years of the RDA, and I felt like he did. Like, felt cheated. I felt cheated. Also, and I also feel like it is up to us to lead our children the best way we know how, by giving them the real history or the real story behind her and her the way she's been. You know what I mean? The fact that she got shot so many times. The fact that she had to flee for asylum, and the fact that what she was saying was all true. Everything was so true, and that was a big ass letter to unpack. The fact that nobody did that for her, really shame. Um, I'm glad she's resting in power. As where I'm not where she was, but I'm glad that she don't have to go through and see this anymore, because this probably weighed a lot on her heart. Especially being someone so involved in the fight for Black liberation. Also, too, I was also told, we don't talk about the BLA for some reason, like, shh, and I learned that early. I think I was learning that early, one of my early 20s. I don't know why. I was like, but why? But why? It was my but why moments.
Yeah.
And because they did a lot of things that we would be proud of, but nobody else would be proud of. You did? So, shout out to the remaining members of the BLA. And shout out to the remaining Panthers that are out there still working. Through Brother Yanga, I get to experience Pantherhood, and I talked to him a long time ago about the politics in it, and I decided just to stay in the cut, because last thing you want is some messy ass relationships and situationships, things like that, or motherfuckers calling one leader this and another leader that. So it's better just to stay out of it. Just help and do what we can. Is the way it was told to me by not just one revolutionary, but by many. We all have a role to play in the revolution. So that's all I say. I really feel cheated. I wish we had more time with her over here stateside and listen to some more powerful speeches. I'm sure she had more to say, especially in these trying times.
But she kept a low profile on her.
Who were holding her down.
Yes. Yeah, shout out to Fidel for that.
Shout out to Fidel for that. For holding her down and keeping her away from all this trash. Anyway.
That was the last ickling of any kind of black and brown anything.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pass this back to Jesse. I feel like how Kurt feels here.
Yeah. So while we're mourning the loss of our Queen Mother, the punk ass Kash Patel, or our FBI director now, has some very disparaging things to say about her. So I'm gonna show y'all the tweet he made.
This shit is so messy.
Yeah, this is messy too. What he did.
Yeah, we're gonna
Kash Patel,
this,
damn Brahmin Indian like Kamala Harris had this disrespectful shit to say about our Queen Mother. Assata Shakur, convicted in 1977 for the 1973 murder. Oh God, this stupid bitch. This bitch was yelling earlier. Assata Shakur, not Assata Shakur, of course. I'm talking about this stupid white bitch in my hallway. Assata Shakur, convicted in 1977 of the 1976 murder of New Jersey State Trooper Wiener Forrester, and escaped prison in 1979 before receiving asylum in Cuba. Died on September 25th, 2025 in Havana, Cuba at the age of 78 from natural causes. Left-wing organizations, including the Chicago Teachers Union and the Democratic Socialists of America, issued tributes praising her as a symbol of Black liberation, rightfully so, and resistance, rightfully so. Governors Ron DeSantis, or the Panties as we call him, the Satan, Phil Murphy, along with FBI Director Kash Patel, criticized the honors, with Patel calling Shakur a convicted cop killer and urging the public not to mourn her. Well, fuck you, Kash Patel, and fuck Charlie Kirk. We're not mourning that motherfucker. May he rest in piss and shit. How dare you disrespect our Queen Mother, Assata Shakur? Yeah, they convicted her, but it was a jury. It was not a jury of her peers. It was an all-white jury.
Yeah, she should have been convicted anyway.
And she shouldn't have been convicted in the first place. And her hands were up, so she couldn't have done the shooting. So
couldn't have shot herself in the back either.
And she couldn't have shot herself in the back either. So, to hell with you, Kash Patel. And the hell with you, white supremacist sympathizers talking about her crime was killing Wiener Forrester, a 34-year-old police officer with a wife and young child, glamorizing the murder of this deprived killer is horrific and discrediting. This is what the left believes. No, fuck y'all. Fuck you, white supremacy, and anybody that thinks like you. You're just mad because people actually acknowledging the sister's contribution to the Black liberation struggle against racism and white supremacy. Rolling Stone said, I advocate to an end of capitalistic exploitation, the abolition of racist policies, the eradication of sexism, and the elimination of political repression. If that is a crime, then I'm totally guilty. Mm-hmm. Shakur, a member of the, they put this down, note, Shakur, a member of the BLA, the Black Liberation Army, was convicted of first-degree murder, armed robbery, and aggravated assault for the killing of a New Jersey cop. BLA associates helped break her out of prison and escaped to Cuba. Under the Obama administration, the FBI added her to its most wanted terrorist list.
Fuck Obama.
Yeah, fuck old Sambo too for that as well. So, yeah, the hell with you, Kash Patel. You need to go ahead and release those goddamn Epstein files and start worrying about our Queen Mother, who was a black revolutionary, a freedom fighter, and a symbol of resistance against racism, police brutality, and injustice. Forever an inspiration. May she rest in power. Nobody in the world, nobody in history has ever gotten their freedom by appealing to the moral sense of a people who were oppressing them. Yeah. I thought I would show y'all that because that shit irritated the hell out of me. Still irritated about it. What do you got to say, Lady T? About what Kash Patel had to say about a Queen Mother? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna have the camera on, but
Fuck Kash Patel in the fucking brown horse he rode in on. Definitely fuck Obama.
Right.
Fuck him 3 times in the ass. Fuck him, fuck him, fuck him. How dare they? That's how I gotta say, how dare they? And I don't know. I just think it's how lonely did it have to be for her by herself? You know what I mean? She might have had some other members with her, but it's not her family. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Family, but not family. You think? So that's she doesn't have to see this no more. You know what I mean?
Right.
Here you go. That's all I have to say.
Okay. So these punk
And I think
ass.
it's fucked up that they keep calling her, and they keep trying to emphasize her government name when we don't. I didn't really know it until yesterday or the day before, and I still find it like word vomit to say in my mouth. That is not her name. Her name is
Assata Shakur, and hands off Assata.
Yeah, hands off Assata. Her name is Assata. That's all I've ever known her to be named, and that's how I'll remember her. And fuck all this other her government name. Now nobody probably has ever called her by her government name in like fucking 40, 50 years. So government name was what is that their slave name?
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody calls you by your slave name. Okay? Great. So it's just free of all of this madness. Yeah.
Right. So not only did the white supremacists have some disrespectful, or the wannabe white supremacists like Kash Patel have some disrespectful shit to say, the Taylors have something disrespectful to say. So they called into one or two weeks Twitter spaces disrespecting the Queen Mother and got smooth roasted. But first I have to play this video from Black Dynamite. Sorry, bear with me, the computer is like really sluggish.
The world mourns the loss of Assata Shakur, a revolutionary figure, a voice of resistance, and an enduring symbol of the Black liberation movement. She of 78. Born Joanne Byron, Assata rose to prominence as a member of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation on the New Jersey Turnpike, Assata Akoli and Zaid Shakur. The traffic stop turned into a deadly shootout, leaving Officer Werner Foster and Zaid Shakur Foster's death and sentenced to life plus additional years. But supporters argued her conviction was unjust and politically. 6 years behind bars, in 1979, Assata escaped prison with the help of allies, and by 1984, she found political. She was a fugitive. To others, she was a freedom fighter. Her life etched into the history of Black resistance in America. Tributes have been pouring in. One admirer wrote, "What a powerful ancestor we've gained. Thank you, Assata Shakur." Another said, "May the ancestors rejoice upon her arrival, sending love to her daughter and grandchildren." And a third reflected, "The great Assata Shakur has passed. In power. Her journey has come to an end, but her legacy lives on as a freedom fighter, an exile, and now an ancestor."
Yes. So these disrespectful tellers have the audacity, the tenacity to disrespect our Queen Mother. These mothers wouldn't fight for their own freedom in their own homeland. Yeah, they got the audacity. Our Queen.
African stand up, hop on in.
Hello.
What's up?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, why is that?
Assata Shakur was a terrorist.
Oh, yeah.
She was a domestic terrorist, sir.
Yeah.
She was convicted of murder, sir.
Okay.
The Black Liberation Army committed an act of violence by killing a judge and breaking her out, sir. So this woman should not be paraded around. She shouldn't be honored, sir.
Fucking audacity.
Tariq, you sunk into a new low.
Now, African, now where are you from, sir?
Again.
I'm from Mississippi.
No, sir. No. African, where are you from?
Mississippi, quit lying, Tether.
I'm from Mississippi.
No, you're not.
Sir, where's your family from? Stop. Where's your family from?
Gambia.
Now, why was that so hard to say? And I don't believe it. What tribe in Gambia are you from?
What do you think?
The Lion Tether tribe, because you made up a country. You're from Africa somewhere, but what country?
I just told you, sir, from Gambia.
What's the capital of Gambia?
I don't know. Listen, Tariq.
On the line. Okay.
She's a killer, bro. She's a killer.
No. Why are you lying now, sir?
She's a killer, sir.
You're a killer liar. You're killing us with lies.
Sir, she's a killer, sir.
So is your underarms. Why are you lying?
And I'm Mandinka, by the way.
And stinker. You're a musty lying tether. You're a musty.
Okay, listen.
Musty, stinking lying tether. Man stinker. Why are you in here lying, sir?
Right.
Huh? Come on, Africa. Come on now. You're not muted, sir.
Well, you muted me and then you told me I wasn't muted, but okay. But listen, why do you Black Americans parade around your criminals? Why do you honor your criminals? She didn't build anything for you guys.
Damn lie, Tether.
Your checks aren't signed by her family's name.
Homeland.
She didn't build any institutions.
Motherfucker.
She committed armed robbery several times, sir, and the cases were dismissed. I'm very aware of Assata Shakur. Why do you guys worship these people, sir?
Because they're freedom.
Because it was people like Assata Shakur that made it possible.
Unlike Cheddar.
So your musty family can come here.
Here's like you.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true, sir.
Sir, Africans were already in the country, sir.
Not in large numbers, sir. You weren't.
No, they're called foundational Black Americans, sir. You are an African, aren't you?
Where?
Where do you originate from, sir?
Here.
Sir, where do you originate from, sir, before you were here, sir?
Everybody on the planet came from Africa at one point. What's your point?
Sir, Africans were in the country prior to the Civil Rights Movement, sir. And she was
Foundational Black Americans were here, sir. We didn't immigrate here, sir.
Right.
You're an immigrant. You come from an immigrant background, sir. We're foundational Black Americans. That's why we can't get deported. And she was a foundational Black American, and she
was a criminal.
And she was all of us.
No, sir. She was a murderer.
All of us are criminals under the system of white supremacy. Hold on, let me get my brother Ty in. Let's get Ty Powell.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, man?
Yeah, first off, this guy sounds like he's jacking off in a warehouse. And secondly, this is a troll page. This guy, he's probably living in Cleveland or somewhere like that, and he's not being genuine. So he's very disingenuous, and you can't go by what a '90s baby once the 40s and 50s would know. He knows nothing about Assata Shakur, but what Wikipedia and white people told him. And I'll live.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah. It's definitely a troll page.
Well, he's just light-skinned babbling, sir. I mean, the fact of the matter is that I'm very aware of Assata Shakur, sir. Did she not get convicted of murder, sir?
Oh yeah, you're what's his name? Okay, I know who this is. This is
Revenue.
You're that Nigerian tether. I can't think of his name. Yeah, I know who you are. You're on his.
You know my name, sir.
Chaotic. Is this Chaotic?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Chaotic. What's up, Tariq?
I knew I smelled some over the phone. I'm like, wait a minute. Yo, must wait.
No, but seriously, man. Seriously, bro. Assata Shakur. I mean, I had a poster of her on my wall when I was in college. I had a little poster of her in my college dorm when I was pro-Black. But bro, when you really look into her history, man, she was not a good person, man.
Yes, she was.
No, bro, she wasn't. Tariq, come on, bro. Come on.
These people were trying to target her and to kill Black activists.
Oh my God.
Oh, hold on. Let me get my brother man on here because
am I gonna be able to talk to these people, or am I gonna get muted?
I mean, we don't have the babble, but Daniel, as long as your arguments are in good faith.
Okay, sounds good, sir.
Daniel, what's up, brother? We got Chaotic Truth in here talking that tether talk. What's up?
Yeah, I just going flex, man. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Now, he said that our good Queen Mother Assata Shakur was a bad person.
See, this is man. Okay, so right. I really need to know what. Hear me? Hello?
What?
My bad. Hear me?
Okay, I get.
Okay, my bad. See, this is the thing that irritates me about them. So he says she's a criminal. She shouldn't be a hero. Blah blah blah. But it's like, are you familiar with American culture? Because you know who Bonnie and Clyde is.
Do I know who they are?
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of them. They were criminals too.
Yeah, and they're really big in American pop culture.
Yeah.
I have no idea, sir. I'm gonna go up and take your word for it.
You don't know who Bonnie? You know who Al Capone is?
I've heard of Al Capone, sir. He was a criminal. Yes.
Real big in American culture.
Yeah.
What did they stand for?
Crime, sir.
Robbing banks, shooting people, chaos, rebellious people, right?
Same thing.
Yeah, and they're not glorified either. So.
You do realize that the FBI has admitted to killing Black Panthers.
Sir, again, I'm very, very aware of subterfuge
so when you look
sabotage of groups, sir. But
so when you look at the weight of the United States government and all its resources, we're actively targeting these people and murdering them because they didn't like the message they were sending. Now, do we call that criminality?
You're on
organizations when she should have finished school and became a law-abiding citizen, sir, and became a housewife or a nurse or a doctor.
What crimes did she commit? Because you just said she was acquitted.
What crimes did she commit? Well, sir,
you just said she was acquitted of a lot of robberies.
She was acquitted of a lot of crimes. So technically, she didn't quit them, right? But she was definitely convicted of murder, sir, and robbery, sir.
All white jury.
Sir, she was convicted for murdering a New Jersey cop, sir.
The state trooper on the turnpike. But the idea of it is, right, they never proved that.
Exactly.
Right.
Sir.
See,
Was she not convicted?
That's what you're missing. They never proved that.
Sir, was she not convicted, sir?
They never
proved that.
Sir, was she not
And on top
convicted?
of them never proving that, right? What they did was
Jesus
they
Christ.
tried to kill this lady.
Jesus Christ. Dude. Was she not convicted, Daniel?
I got a question for you, right?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
The state, if you look at murder convictions, this is purely in the United States. So this is raw numbers, right? 52% of all murder convictions, right, overturned are Black Americans. This is the FBI statistics, meaning
I'll take your word for it.
Means we get falsely accused of all type of shit. So when y'all look at this, and this is why we differ from y'all as a people. We don't believe in letting the system do whatever to us just because it's the system.
Right.
Assata Shakur is a hero and a martyr because she refused to be a victim of white supremacy. And through their negligence, they lost one of their own. Now they have been systematically killing Black Panthers for it got so bad.
Oh, Daniel, you were asking me.
They had to bring in other people.
Yeah, but you were asking me a question, and I never got a chance to
I was making a point.
So you were asking a question,
and
making a point. Okay, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just the point of it is you don't know what you're talking about.
No, well, you don't know what you're talking about because prove that 50% of post-conviction murders are overturned. Can you put that in the jumbotron? 50% of post-conviction murders are overturned, sir. You can't do it.
I said 51% of all.
Okay. Listen what I'm saying. So use your words. So my wife
do not understand statistics, right? Because
no, you don't understand.
I'm not saying that 51% of all murders are overturned. What I said was 50% of the murders that are overturned are Black people.
Right.
Okay, sir. So are you saying after conviction? Can you prove that? Can you prove that in the jumbotron right now? 51% of murders after conviction.
This is one of those things where I can explain it to you, but I can't.
No, sir. Can you just provide the data, sir? How about that?
Use Grok.
No, I don't need to use Grok, sir. You brought up.
Don't take my word for it. Look it up.
You brought it up. You are incorrect, sir.
I'm actually very correct.
No, you're not. 51%.
I just looked at the numbers the other day.
Sir. I'm Daniel and I say so doesn't work with me, sir. You just said 51% of post-convictions in terms of murders that are Black.
No, I said 51% of the murder convictions overturned are Black people.
Can you prove that now in the jumbotron?
You have Grok on your phone.
Sir, you brought it up. I didn't bring that up. I don't believe it. Can you show it to me? Can you show that to the audience, sir?
It's a simple Google search.
Sir, you know what? I'm not going to Google search it because I've never heard of nothing that crazy.
If you haven't heard it, you can't debunk it.
Right.
Unless you look it up, and nobody's going to look it up for you, sir.
Okay. Tariq. Shakur.
You keep saying
Tariq. Assata Shakur was a criminal, bro.
No, the fuck she wasn't.
I have newspaper articles.
Super lazy. I literally just did it again, right? And I was wrong.
Okay. I'm going to go on mute. Okay, because I'm not allowed to talk.
The number is 54% of murder exonerations are Black people. My bad. I just looked it up again. My bad. I was wrong. 54%. You understand that? I mean,
no, I don't. No, I don't.
No, of course you don't. Because in your mind,
sir, what does that have to do with Assata Shakur? Sir,
the point is that of all the murder convictions that are overturned in this country, 54% of them are Black people, meaning that we are the most falsely accused of murder.
How many murder convictions?
So it does not surprise me.
How many murder convictions?
Falsely accused a Black person of murder.
How many murder convictions? How many murder convictions are actually overturned then, sir?
Now we're moving the goalposts.
Okay,
listen to what I'm telling you, right?
How about this?
It really doesn't matter. What you don't understand is that when the government gets it wrong, 54% of the time the people are Black. So it does not surprise me that the government falsely accused a Black person of murder. Specifically, a Black person.
Why would they
fall?
Okay, how about this? So
does that make sense to you?
Assata Shakur was just some goddamn angel then, right?
Does that make sense to you? Because you're talking around the point.
Sir.
You're talking around the point.
Is
chaotic. Stop trolling, because now you're low-key trolling.
Yeah, you talking around the point. Just look. First, you move the goalpost, right? You asked for the number. I looked it up. It's 54%, right? Now, what you fail to realize is that if there is 54% of the murders in this country are overturned, are black people falsely accused, it would not shock me that the government has falsely accused more black people of murder. And just by the numbers, it's not my opinion, it's just math. If somebody was likely to be falsely accused of murder, looking at these numbers, it tends to be black people. And there's not, and the add on top of that, a black person that they do not like. You know, they convicted Fred Hampton of stealing an ice cream cone and gave him 5 years in prison for that.
Yeah, ridiculous.
I didn't know that, bro.
That's what I'm talking about. But you wouldn't know that type of stuff. Now, this is a person who was a part of the Black Panther movement. At 21 years old, J. Edgar Hoover sent people to murder this kid.
I was in the movie that they did with Daniel Kaluuya, sir. I was actually in that movie, so
congratulations.
I know
they had a bunch of feathers in the movie, but the point is this, right?
I'm not a tether, sir.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. It's all
no, I'm not, sir.
It's okay. Everybody can't be great. But look, check out right. The point is this, right?
Sure, go ahead.
You get up here and y'all make these bad faith arguments on things that you already know. Because you already know that the Black Liberation Army is an offshoot from the Black Panther Party. And from the Black Panther Party, the BLA was a little bit more radical according to the government. So they were targeting them more heavily. When they targeted Shakur, when they targeted Shakur, right? They falsely put charges on her. My personal opinion, they falsely put charges on her. And based on how this government moved, with that 54% exoneration being Black Americans, it's not hard to believe that they will falsely accuse her of a crime to get her in prison to lock her up for life. Right. Now, we see the white supremacists do this all the time. They did it to Nelson Mandela. They do it to people all across the globe. Now, the difference between us and them, no disrespect to South Africans, we fought back. They went to go get that sister.
Right.
See, Khalid Muhammad said the same thing. Yeah, he was right there. Why ain't go get that brother? We went to go get the sister.
Yep.
And in the process, she made it to Cuba and became a martyr, a symbol of freedom and a fight against an oppressive government. See, unlike a lot of y'all countries, right? We are still citizens here. This is a justice fight. Just because the government does something doesn't make it right. As a matter of fact, they actually paid some guy out in California, was it $25 million for having them locked up for 38 years?
Yeah.
They get this type of stuff wrong all the time when it comes to us.
We covered that.
They care more about the numbers than justice. This is when we live in this bureaucracy. We live in this system, but they care more about those numbers than actual justice. So you have people who will take plea deals. You have people who will snitch and lie and do all this type of stuff. And the pursuit of justice isn't actually pursued the way it should be. They're just chasing the numbers. Assata Shakur was a hero because she did not let the system drown her like it intended to. And for you to come up here, and this is why we have the issue with you tethers, for you to come up here and try to make fun of her legacy and say, oh, I had a poster on her wall. And
I did have a poster on her wall, sir.
The homie Robbie Blue made a very good point earlier. I'm going to repeat it. But he said there are professional people like yourself who lick the piss off the white man's toilet seat.
I don't.
So when you realize you can make money from licking the piss off the white man's toilet seat, you want to come
drive the
in
white
here
man's car,
and
sir.
tell us. You said what now?
I said you drive the white man's car, sir. You benefit off everything in white society.
Sir, you lick the piss off the white man's toilet seat. Sir,
no,
I'm
sir.
I earn money. I buy.
Sir, you enrich the very same system that's impressing you, sir. Stop.
Yeah, but
you lick this very same piss that
I pay for things that
I pay for things too, sir. I pay for
you
things.
lick the piss off their
No,
toilet
you do
seat.
too, sir. You're wearing the white man's clothes right now.
Wait. So are you admitting to licking the piss off toilet seat?
I'm admitting to licking the piss off, just like
you're
licking the piss off right now on the white man's phone.
So you agree that you, as a human being,
I am, just like you are. Yes, because you're doing the same thing, sir.
Yeah, this dude's weird.
You got the white man's clothes on right now, sir. You got the white man's clothes on. You're on the white man's phone, sir.
What's the white man's?
Yeah, what is the white man?
Well, hold on. Good morning, Chaotic Truth. Can you hear me?
What's going on, Robbie? How you doing, sir?
How are you doing, brother? I have a question. Did you graduate from college here in America?
I did.
Okay, that's excellent. No, excellent. I'm glad you. No, before you do that, before you do any more trolling, would you dignify? No, hold on. Would you dignify me real quick? Because I know you have high IQ. You said that you graduated from college here.
I don't have a high IQ, sir.
Okay. You had enough high IQ enough to graduate from college, right?
From a regular state college, yes.
Okay, great. Excellent. Here's my whole point. If it had not been for people like Assata Shakur, who had enough integrity in her pinky bone, which is more than the integrity that some people in your lineage have, most of us would still be enslaved, and most of us would still be dealing with Jim Crow.
Some of you
So
still need to be enslaved.
what you have to understand is, see, you can have that. Listen, you can have that defeatist attitude, and you can have that internalized racism. What I'm thankful for, okay, if you're gonna talk over me, we can't have a conversation, and I'm not here to troll.
Okay, well, leave. Bye. Leave.
What do you mean? I'm talking over you. I came up here.
I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to Tariq.
Okay.
I don't want to talk to you.
But he's
Robbie. You're not smarter than me, Robbie. You're not a
okay.
smarty.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you this. I'm smart enough to not say what's really on my mind on a recorded space because I know how to deal with you.
Robbie,
but here's the point. Here's my point. If most of us did not have the courage and didn't have the integrity, we would still be enslaved because people like this don't have any self-respect, and they will be sitting here working with the very people who are trying to oppress us and to spread this myth of biological superiority.
White man now,
but this, I didn't say, you didn't hear me complain about anything about America. I'm a veteran. You're the one who's admitting that you feel like you have a low IQ. You're admitting that you feel like that you're subhuman and have a low IQ. Did you hear what I'm saying? You just said that you feel like you have a low IQ.
Served in the White Man's Army, sir, for his interests.
I proudly served in the military of my country.
And I thank you, sir, for protecting me.
Right.
Sir, you served in the White Man's institution.
So if you thank me for protecting
you, you served in
the same way that I've extended respect to you, the same way that I've extended respect to you, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't talk over me. Because I'm not here to argue with you.
Right.
I'm just trying to make the point that even the degree that you say that you got, you wouldn't listen. You had some of our ancestors with education that were still getting lynched. So this whole like the whole argument, the whole argument. See how, okay, listen. See how this dude is talking. See how this dude was just talking.
Who had education that was getting lynched?
Listen.
Okay, hold on right there. Thank you, Rob. Let me just deal. I'll deal with you. Let me ask you.
By the way, do you mind if I come to that comedy event on the 6th?
I got to get some extra root work for you because that smell is going to kind of put the audience. But yeah, I got a new batch, and we might be able to get that.
Sounds good. Go ahead, man.
Let me ask you this, chaotic truth.
Go ahead, buddy.
How do you feel about Charlie Kirk's death?
I feel that his death, though tragic, he definitely does not deserve to have any coinage. He definitely does not deserve to have any day after him. He was just a podcaster. He did have a way of galvanizing the younger audience within the country. There seems to be an uptick in the conservative movement amongst younger kids through the popularization of Alex Jones and him and a few other people. But other than that, I don't really feel anything about Charlie Kirk, to be honest with you, man. I mean, he was young, but I don't really feel anything about his death, to be honest with you.
So come on, let's tell the truth, character. When he died, did you go off in the corner and cry a little bit?
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I was shocked for a day or two because of actually seeing it. I mean, here goes a guy who's exercising his freedom of speech, and he was essentially killed for that. Now, it might be deep state shit that we don't know about. It might be operatives that in meetings and rooms, and I don't know, man. Maybe he was a sacrificial lamb, but I didn't really have any emotional attachment with him, to be honest with you.
But you got a little sad, didn't you?
Well, I got sad because it does seem like there's an attack on the First Amendment in this country.
Really? You thought that First Amendment?
Yeah. Well, not just with him, bro. I mean, like censorship on YouTube, censorship on pretty much social media platforms, just censorship. Period, bro. I mean, that's not what the First Amendment is about.
Yeah, a lot of y'all non-FBAs, but y'all were really y'all felt a certain way about that. But y'all had this real weird affinity to Charlie Kirk. A lot of y'all were.
I'm 40, bro, but okay.
What?
I'm 40, so I'm not young. So, yeah.
I mean, a lot of old tethers. I mean, shit.
I'm kind of like your age, bro. But all right, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of tethers, young and old, were crying over Kirk. So
you think I was crying over his death?
I really think you cried. think you were
Really?
I think you were laying down crying and tears were rolling up that forehead.
And was I on my belly? Was I on my stomach?
Your head back and the tears were rolling up on your hairline. So it is hairline.
No, man. I mean, to be honest with you, man, I think that Charlie Kirk was more of a media creation than anything. Definitely overhyped. You know, I did work with his organization through Blexit at one point, but you know, go ahead.
Somewhere in the mix. So you were with Turning Point USA at one point?
I was with Blexit before they merged with Turning Point. So when they merged with Turning Point, I decided to quit Blexit because, you know, Turning Point had like $100 million budget, and I'm like, listen, we need a piece of that. And I was given an ultimatum, you know, stop asking them about that or just go with the flow. And I said, fuck y'all, you got to pay me. So I'm just gonna be honest with you. I mean, they got all that money with Turning Point, so I said, y'all need to pay Blexit.
Right. At least you get money for Sambo, and you know, at least you ask for.
Well, I mean, but Tariq, you're Samboing now on the white man's internet. I mean, come on, bro.
White man's internet?
Is it the black man's internet?
Yeah, because it ain't popping without us.
Right.
You know what? I was thinking about that, bro. I was thinking about, like, I think social media does pop because of blacks, man. I was just thinking about that.
Hey, it don't pop without us. We make it pop. We're the ones who make it evolve and turn into something.
Right.
We make the social media pop. One of the first social media websites to pop off was Black Planet. A lot of folks don't know that. That was one of the first.
Yeah, remember Black Planet.
We've always had this internet thing popping.
Yeah.
We are the secret sauce.
Yeah, I remember Black Planet. Oh yeah, definitely. I was never really on it, but I remember Black Planet. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes, indeed. You were on Ashy Planet. That was a whole different website.
That didn't hit. Normally, all your jokes hit. That didn't hit. That one you must be getting tired. Bro. That didn't hit.
It did. Yeah, Ashy Planet. Yeah, it didn't hit. Ashy.
A Bush. No, but you know, listen, man. Look, I wasn't trying to listen. I'm not disrespecting the military and people who serve, man. And shout out to Robbie, man, because I do respect the military and people who serve, but bro, like, I have my opinion about Assata. It's not gonna change. So I don't want to be attacked. But I just don't want to be attacked over here about this.
We're not attacking you. We understand the tether mindset.
I'm not a tether, so I'm an American.
Right? Y'all don't really understand freedom fighting the way we do. I mean, you come from a fleeing culture. I'm not trying to be mean spirited, but
I come from Ohio, sir. But okay, go ahead.
Damn, Ohio.
Y'all family fled to Ohio, so
okay. You got like a magic ball or something, and you just know all about my family history or something?
Ooh, you're Nigerian, damn.
Right. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, buddy.
But yeah, when you come from just kind of running all over the place, everything is all over, fleeing to the next,
Yeah,
that's a different disposition. You don't really look at freedom fighting the way we do. Y'all don't have, who's the riders in your community back home?
Right.
My home is Ohio for the last time, man. But what I'm saying is, bro, is that if
you have to come here and kind of co-opt our lineage. The Ohio was a place where a lot of the foundational Black American abolitionists were.
Yeah.
It was a railroad, places like Cincinnati. So you have uprisings and riders out there in Cincinnati and in Ohio. So the fact that you're in Ohio, that's because of foundational Black American freedom fighters, sir. Black folks had to kick ass in Ohio.
Okay, Tariq, can I get deep with you real quick about something real quick? Okay.
Yeah.
If Black people had the equivalent of a Mossad within America, I could rock with that. Basically it's a clandestine organization that collects data. It uses whatever information that's collected to execute a plan. Like, for example, like that white boy, that piece of shit, Peyton Gendron, that shut up that Buffalo supermarket. Could you imagine if there was a clandestine Black organization that gathered so much information that carried out, and I'm not going to say it because, but that carried out plans. I'm just going to say, what if he, on his route, mysteriously got into a car accident? And I'm going to leave it there, bro. I could rock with something like that. But bro, I think that the Black Liberation Army, the Panthers, and a lot of these black groups, man, they're too sloppy. They're sloppy as fuck, bro. So whatever happened with Assata Shakur, whether she was an actual criminal or not, she was a part of an organization that gained the attention of the federal of the three-letter organizations, right? Well, what if you had like a three-letter organization what if you had a clandestine or a shadow or a secret cell? Now that's black power, bro.
Let me tell you why we don't rock that. We rock on a different code. That's not gonna work. You know why we can't do that?
Okay, go ahead.
Tethers like you.
Oh, you think I snitch?
At the drop of a fucking eye.
Come on, Tariq,
that's
man.
Dating, sir. Come
on, bro.
Let's be real. Just imagine you showing up to a meeting somewhere and we're trying to talk about doing some covert work. You would take a whole to snitch on everybody.
Okay, right.
Arrested. The minute the meeting is over, everybody get arrested. That's been the problem.
No, it hasn't.
Now let's get deep. The reason why our good sister Assata was so successful because she won. You went up against the system and won and lived.
Right.
They never caught your ass. That's record. That's the reason why she was able to do that and move around black society, because we didn't have a lot of tethers like that. So people didn't snitch on her. The black community understood the assignment. They knew how important she was and how important it was to protect her. So the black community protected Assata, safely got her out of the country. Now, it took her a few years to get out the country. She was all in different people's homes around Harlem and other places. We knew not to snitch on her because that wasn't our spirit. We got so many damn tethers now, that wouldn't work now. So we have to, first, we're delineating. We got to get a head count on who's who, where you're from, where your mama from, where'd you grow up? So now we can get an understanding of people's dispositions and understand when we bring people around, what are they capable of? Are they going to undermine us? Are they going to be riders? So we got to get some internal straightening, which is what we're doing now. But yeah, what you just mentioned, we can't have that because listen to you. You're like, well, she a criminal. She shouldn't have done it. So hell no. That's the first thing. We got to get y'all out the mix when it comes to us handling business over here. Huh?
She was a criminal, Tariq.
Yeah, all of us are criminals.
I mean, you're just babbling now, bro. I mean, come on, man. It's like, bro, listen.
When y'all come across the border illegally, you're a criminal. I mean, shit. Everybody can be criminalized. Yeah, everybody can be criminalized. The FBI just criminalized all black people. The FBI said black unity was the biggest threat to security. So just black people loving each other is criminal. So what?
That's what law says that, man. What are you talking about?
Have you read the COINTELPRO paper? I know you're trolling, but have you read the COINTELPRO papers?
I only read a few pages of it, bro. I mean, I have it in my room actually.
It's very deep.
Yeah,
it's very deep. We got to stop the rise of a black messiah. There was a quote from COINTELPRO. They said black unity is a big threat to this nation. That's why they're always doing things to infiltrate and undermine us, sir. But we still stand up.
Go ahead, listen, man.
All right, do I need to get another because there are a lot of folks want to get on here and chop it up.
Yeah. People can talk to me, man. Come on. Yeah, I bring him up, man. Yeah, you can bring him up.
Let me get brother average. Let me get.
You ain't got no women that want to talk. I'm sorry.
90-day fiance. This nigga's trying to get a green card for your cousin or some shit. We ain't doing that. Average, what's up, brother?
What's up? You know, I've watched this guy for about a year and a half or so, and yeah, you notice these Africans who hate us, the ones who hate us, that is, they have this thing about over talking us and thinking that they're smarter. I mean, he basically told either Robbie Blue or Daniel that he was smarter. The thing that stuck out to me about this guy, maybe about a year and a half ago, Six the Goddess. This man asked to see Six the Goddess's panties simply because she asked his lineage, and he got irritated. Now this dude's only about 5'4"
Weirdo.
or so, 5'5", and so he sat there with his legs dangling in his chair and got angry because he was making a lot of the points that he's making now. And you know, when she asked him about that lineage, I mean, he lost it. He had a hissy fit. I mean, he got sassy, and then what color are your panties? What color are your pants? And it was just real creepy.
You did all
right,
bro.
He absolutely he did that. He tried to not cop to it the first time when I asked him or whatever, but it's on video, luckily. But yeah, go ahead and answer the question, bro. Did you do that?
Well, Tariq, you gotta actually watch the video to get the full context of it.
That's too.
Well, Tariq, let me answer because he's partly true. You know, he's not your average black man lying altogether, so he's halfway telling the truth. What happened with?
No, you're not your average tether. I mean,
well, let me answer Tariq. What happened was, Tariq, I was invited to the Lapeef Network, and I was, just having a Michael Jordan day on the panel like I normally do. And then Six the Goddess decides to get on the panel. Nobody invited her there. And she decides to ask me questions based off of my commentary about Black people. And I was offended by it. I was offended by some of the questions she was asking me. And I said, I'm not going to answer you. And then she said, where's your lineage from? And I said, I'm not going to tell you where my parents are from. You can call them, but I'm not under subpoena. I don't have to give you a deposition.
This is a long drawn out explanation to say that you're creepy, bro. Just say that you asked her panties after she asked about your lineage. The end. That's what happened, bro. And then I was sitting there and I was having a Michael Jordan day and asking questions about things in my past. And under subpoena. This is a long ass story. Tethers be just pontificating and just be talking.
Can you stop being
saying nothing?
Can you stop being a typical?
And so he's partially correct. You're a creep, bro. You asked her about her panty size because you're ashamed of who you are.
Can you stop being
ashamed of who you are, brother?
Can you stop
Tariq asked you where you was from, and you lied.
Hold on.
When Tariq asked you, hold on. I've been sitting up here listening. Let me land my plane. Okay, I ain't gonna be as long as you. You've been up here talking for like 30, 40 minutes probably. So anyways, yeah, you got up here when you said Assata was a criminal. This is another thing too. You let a tether talk long enough, they're gonna contradict themselves because you paint them into a corner with nothing but facts and checking them. First you said Assata is a criminal, right? Then it's like, if there was a Black Mossad, do you know what the Mossad has done? We ain't gotta get into it. But you talking about a secret organization that had done this, and you talking about accidents and if there was basically a murder of the guy who did X, Y, and Z on the low.
Easy.
That's
I didn't
cool.
say that.
But the Black Liberation Army, is a bridge too far. Do you know what the Black Liberation Army got done? They're basically the reason why a lot of changes were made on the low. It wasn't from marching and singing, "We shall overcome." They're really the reason why things got popping because they were like that military arm of the revolution.
Now, do you mind if I
ask you a question? Hold on a second. Okay, you talked about the Mossad, right? And said that you could rock with that, but you can't rock with the Black Liberation Army. That's a contradiction.
Okay, hold on for a second. Hold on.
Right? Now that's crazy. Now that's crazy. No. Let me. You can address all this. You've been asking a lot of questions. That's what tethers do. You don't listen. Okay. You don't listen to the answer, but then you got questions. That's the problem. Now listen. Okay. Now here's another thing too. When Tariq asked you about your lineage, you also was like elusive. First, it was like, I'm from Ohio and I'm from here. And then with the Gambia. You're not from Gambia. You're West African. And that's a fake picture you got up, by the way. Because anybody who knows what you look like knows your ass look like a Blue Rawls. Okay? That's what you look like, bruh. All right?
Okay, man.
Hairline way to the back.
May I ask you a question?
You can't even hide it.
May I ask you a question?
Can't no Beijing hide that. You are one of them.
Okay.
Stop trolling all the damn time. Sir, you're doing a poor Tariq impersonation.
I was doing sir before I knew
Tariq. You're babbling, Tariq. Like, damn, be original.
Okay, listen. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question, sir. Are you on coke right now?
Oh my God.
Yes.
You said what? Am I on coke?
Yeah, I mean, respectfully, are you on coke? Because you came in pretty like Speedy Gonzalez right now. Like you're really.
Yeah, I'm hitting you with questions. No, I'm actually outdoing you at what you do.
You're on coke right now. You're on coke.
I'm outdoing you. No, I'm pulling a you on you, and I'm actually staying on point when I'm doing it.
No, sir, you're not, sir.
And I brought facts. Sir, what does that have to do with you being a creep, though? What does that got to do with you being a creep?
Assata Shakur built.
You know what I'm not on? I'm not on creepiness. I'm not on asking women about their panties because they ask me about my lineage. I'll say I'm a foundational Black American.
Can I talk to
pretty easy. See, when you overtalk him, he starts. See, this is what you do. You pull a them on them, and they get mad. They start coming apart. But sir, are you on coke? Just mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just asking.
I'm not. You are. You are. You're trying to be calm while I'm getting under your skin. The way you were when Six the Goddess asked you about your lineage,
sir,
you disrespected her.
Sir, you have a murderer on your profile, sir. I'm not. You're not getting.
Oh no, I definitely don't. No, I
Shakur's
don't.
A murderer, sir.
I don't. You said you could get with the Mossad. You could get with murders. That's what you said. You said it's that dude who killed all those people. You can't have it both ways.
No, Mossad is an
you can't have it both ways. And by the way, the words of a liar don't really matter because you know we understand that.
Sir, you lie every day, sir.
I don't lie. Sorry. Sir, I've been telling the truth about you. Sir, you actually admitted when you first talked that I was telling the truth. Sir, so you can't say I'm lying. You see how they contradict themselves, Tariq?
Sir,
he's not lying. He's
chaotic truth. Are you really like a little?
I'm under.
You what now? You double mute. You what?
I'm 6 foot, Tariq.
Okay. Are you 5'4", brother?
I'm under.
Like I didn't lie about that. Like there's no lie I told here. His feet was low key like dangling. You could tell by his posture.
Tariq, you gonna let this cokehead overtalk me?
Yeah, no coke.
I've taken no cokehead overtalk me. This dude is
never taken cocaine in my life.
A damn lie, dude. Shut up.
Oh, I swear on my soul.
Now, chaotic. Are you from the Pygmy tribe over there in Southern? Are you a little much?
Tariq. No, sorry. I'm a foundational Black American. But listen,
he shop in the Husky Boys section, Tariq. That boy, if he got clothes that say Oshkosh Bagash, I wouldn't be shocked.
I have too much of a following to advocate for a convicted murderer. Do you know how this looks for your brand, sir?
Yeah, I stand up for the freedom fighters and the freedom riders, and I got.
Sir, she smoked a goddamn Jersey State Trooper in '79. That ain't no freedom fighter. It's a cop killer.
Never proof that she did it. Yeah.
Oh my God! Is it okay? Wait.
Now they don't know who she.
Is it Patel existed?
Oh my God!
That's that.
Okay, exactly.
That don't make no sense. Yeah, that was.
No, it does make sense, sir. Because we could.
That shootout, there was a shootout at that Jersey Turnpike. They don't know who shot who. They just kind of railroaded that sister, and the Black family got her the hell up out of there, like freedom fighters do, sir. And I know you can't relate to that because everything.
Who killed Emmett Till? Who killed Emmett Till? You weren't there. You don't know who killed Emmett Till. It could have been a group of blacks that killed him, and they blame the whites.
Well, the white people admitted that shit.
Bro, come on, man. How do you know, bro? You weren't there, man. That could all be actors and actresses, bro.
Yeah, they all admitted that.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, Tariq, if we start questioning, if we can't question that, then we can't question anything, right?
It can't.
Go ahead, bro. I mean, I can't talk. Go ahead.
Okay, now this is Bantu babbling at this point. Okay.
No, I'm not, bro. No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
Okay, now it's okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, enough of the Bantu babble. You're just running out of material. And now I'm starting to get musty. That should be rubbing off on you. I got a little stench on myself. So now that babbling makes me musty. I don't just listening to it makes you musty. Okay, the truth. Boy, these tethers, boy.
Yeah,
these tethers. They don't understand standing on business and fighting for justice. That's foreign to them. That's scary to them. They don't understand that. That's not their spirit. And he's talking about how come we don't have a clandestine organization. Hell, man, we can not with y'all around.
Right.
The hell no. That's why we're delineating.
That's exactly why. I guess I'll end it there. Shit. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this punk ass tether? You know what he had to say about our queen mother, Shakur.
He's ridiculous, and it's stupid, and you need to entertain that. That's dumb as hell. I don't want to hold the mic. He's stupid. Aside from him being, it's a bad sign when he's over there on the Latif network.
Yeah.
That's the manverse, the manosphere over there. There's nothing but coons and weirdos over there. And naturally he'd be, talking shit to a sister, asking her about her underwear. Like,
Weirdo.
That's a lame thing to do.
That's some weird shit.
Online too? Like, come on, God, dude, pull it together. Why would you do something like that? You know how bad that makes him look?
Right.
Talking about this is making Tariq's brand look. No, what makes it look like is you're a fucking creep.
Right. That's exactly.
And a poor sport.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can't argue, you should be a poor sport. But
right. So the hell with these musty fleeing tethers and what they had to say about our Queen Mother Assata Shakur. May she rest in power. May she rest in paradise. She was an actual freedom fighter, a political prisoner. And she's gone but not forgotten. What are the kids doing, children?
Either go pee or stop. We'll fight around the toilet.
Talking to the cats. All right, well, moving on. We got Ezra Keene. I think that's how you say his name. And the rest of the phony, or in the end of the phony white liberal. And that's going to be from Professor Blacc Truth. Shout out to Professor Blacc Truth. We've listened to Professor Blacc Truth for over 10 years. And everything he says come to pass. Change this arrangement. It keeps freezing up on me.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. If you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. Ezra wrote an op-ed celebrating Charlie Kirk, but mostly Ezra did what he always does. He talked about himself and his own feelings and what he thought. The man's an egomaniac. No matter what happens, it's always about him. He used his piece in the New York Times to validate that he's the judge of whether Charlie Kirk was, as he put it, practicing politics the right way. That Klein and Kirk were, quote, on the same side of the continued possibility of American politics. Even to things like black pilots. No black pilot has ever had a plane crash inside the U.S., something their white counterparts cannot say, and which Kirk didn't say either. Charlie Kirk was a racist and a liar, and Ezra Klein said this was practicing politics the right way. But Klein never mentions Kirk's words. None of Kirk's fans ever does. Claim to love what he stood for, but never tell people what he said he stood for. Imagine trying to laud a man so corrupt that you attack people for doing what you didn't do, telling people what Charlie Kirk's actual words were. To decry political violence without mentioning how Kirk celebrated it and supported it, to separate how someone practiced politics without ever praising what they were politicking for, this is the height of intellectual dishonesty. Now, while a lot of people on the white left are catching the vapors at Klein sucking up to this imaginary version of Charlie Kirk that never existed, the reality is Ezra Klein is a Zionist. He'll deny it, but it's true. And like a number of Zionists, they've been furious that leftist activists, particularly at these colleges and universities, have started to reject what these people have been telling them all these years. In other words, these young people have begun to question folks like Ezra Klein, and worse, these young people are denouncing Ezra Klein's worldview and rebelling against what the white media, like Ezra Klein's New York Times, has told them all these decades. People like Ezra Klein don't like that. And that's where his sudden bout of petulance with the failed politics of the Democrats and the left has come from. You see, for Ezra Klein, just like with the Democrats, losing elections is perfectly fine. But questioning the narratives that people like Ezra Klein and the DNC depend on for their power and influence, Now that we can't have. The reality is Ezra Klein has far more in common with Barry Weiss than he does the likes of, say, Noam Chomsky. This isn't lack of awareness on his part. This is someone who's trying to stick up for a position that they know you don't support. When Ezra Klein talks about Charlie Kirk doing politics the right way, what he means is in a way that neoliberal mouthpieces like Ezra Klein approve of. The same attitude is why Democrats keep losing elections. They know what their base is demanding, they see it, and they're determined not to do it. Democrats know full well exactly what they have to do to win elections, but as far as they're concerned, producing tangibles for black voters, punishing the police for their criminality, stopping the American oligarchy from stealing the whole country, well, if Democrats did any of those things, that would be winning elections the wrong way. That's the reason why you didn't see Kamala Harris talking about any of those things, while the people on the campaign trail were screaming at her, you have to do these things. Ezra Klein and the DNC have that in common. His argument isn't with the Democratic leadership, it's with the activists and the non-political actors who are giving so much pushback. Ezra's defense of Kirk is pure moral relativism, and when you hear people like me point out that the similarities between the white left and the white right far outweigh any alleged differences, this is what we're talking about. This kind of finger-wagging lecturing that we should only consider Charlie Kirk and the cheap, vile bigotry he stood for in the abstract without ever passing judgment on what he said, that's not principle. That's actually advocacy, because we never hear this from Klein or any of these other white liberals at any other time. Some of your white online podcasters and pundits have made the same statements about black politics in the past, so Klein's not alone. The only reason so many of your white online podcasters and pundits are getting their nose care about, like abortion and transgender issues. That's why these white leftists constantly don't mention what he said about black people. It's because they don't care. That's the issue they've got with Ezra Klein's piece. He mentioned in passing how Paul Pelosi was attacked by a Trump supporter with a hammer, but conveniently neglected to mention that he was a Trump supporter, or how Charlie Kirk went on his podcast and laughed and celebrated that violent assault, and told his listeners that they should bail the attacker out of jail and treat him to an interview.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions.
This is what Ezra Klein called practicing politics the right way. Klein said he wanted a safer America for Pelosi's sake, but never mentioned how Charlie Kirk opened empathy in all directions to Democrats and Republicans alike. Charlie Kirk said empathy was a social disease not worth catching. But there was one thing Ezra Klein said that was factually true.
But I find myself grieving for him because I recognize some commonality with him.
Yeah, he saw a commonality between himself and Charlie Kirk. I'll bet he did. A white man with media access, tons of big white money behind him, racial privilege, working for rich white interests, and trying to forward their agenda. And I'm sure that at this point, some of you are going to ask, well, Professor, what did you think about Ta-Nehisi Coates' Vanity Fair piece that was criticizing Ezra Klein? First of all, he didn't criticize anything. That's the first thing that needs to be said. He did not take Ezra Klein or any of these other white leftists to task for what they said about Charlie Kirk eulogizing an unrepentant bigot. All it was the usual Ta-Nehisi Coates lukewarm, mealy-mouthed, all but useless gibberish. And if you are one of the delusional people who thought that Ta-Nehisi Coates apparently had some sort of beef with Ezra Klein, well, I hate to lay these negative vibes on you, but just a few hours ago, Ezra Klein himself posted a video of him and Ta-Nehisi Coates having a nice little sit-down love fest and hashing out their differences. But whenever you watch this video, you see that there really weren't much differences between them at all. These were distinctions without a difference, the same old gibberish that we get from the white media and their approved of Negro bootlicks. No matter how tough these suck-ups try to talk, you put a white person in front of them and they'll show you exactly what they really think. They roll right over. So that's what I think about Ta-Nehisi Coates and the piece that he wrote that some people have misconstrued as being critical of Ezra Klein. It was not. Some of you folks out there started getting all dewy-eyed and your hearts went pitter-pat because the white media was claiming that Ta-Nehisi Coates went over to Palestine and he said some critical stuff. He didn't say critical anything. If Ta-Nehisi Coates was truly taking on the white powers that be, then the white media would never give him platforms to do so. They would be locking him out, they'd be ignoring him and deciding, let's go ahead and can this guy at some point. It's precisely the fact that you see them welcoming his approved of quote-unquote criticism on their airwaves and such. That's how you know this is controlled opposition. And while it's nice that Ta-Nehisi Coates is making some grumblings of phony discontent, the truth is that people like Coates have empowered and enabled the Ezra Kleins of this world and are still doing it. The black media has known this all along. We've been saying it from the jump for 2 decades, but it's only been in the last 2 weeks that so many of these leftist Negroes have figured it out. They seem to have finally figured out the fact that many, if not most of these white liberals have been racist as much as the day is long, and that the only actual difference between the white anti-black racism, while the white left tries to be a little less straightforward with theirs. We've been out here saying it for going on 2 decades now. And these sorry Negro mouthpieces who have been cheerleading for these very same white liberals and telling us we need to wait, be patient, oh, it's not like that. These guys got egg on their faces. No one should ever have been listening to them to begin with. Where have these people been at? They've been auditioning for a job from a white political party or white media outlet. That's where they've been. And all that talk about allies and whatnot was just them playing the game. But as we've told you, in the end, they're the ones who wind up getting played. Ezra Klein is not a phony white liberal. He's actually a genuine bona fide white liberal. This is why the whole white allies thing was always damned to fail. It's something the black grassroots has always rejected. Because no matter what era you point to, be it the so-called white abolitionists in the 19th century, the New Deal reformers like FDR in the 1930s, the white allies of the 1960s, the Kennedys, or the people you see running around today, there's always been an understanding among the white liberals that what they really wanted was to attach themselves to our freedom struggle and use us as a springboard to elevate themselves. And then when black people finally get fed up with the runaround, these same people tell us we need to wait, be patient, you're going to lose us elections. You need to practice politics the right way. And more often than not, that's exactly what they've done. Negroes thinking they have friends. All this time you had these silly Negroes telling themselves that they had friends. They were confused, but these white liberals they were sucking up to, they weren't confused at all. They understood full well the game they were playing. So while people can be disgusted at Ezra Klein's words, the truth is he's saying what these white liberals have always thought. Just that up until now, they felt that they had to keep that kind of blunt honesty behind closed doors. But the rise of the alt-right and the MAGA movement has emboldened the white liberals to say what they've always thought. When you hear some person in Hollywood who claim to be liberal but attacks wokeness and political correctness, what do you think they're doing that for? It's always as a euphemism for black people. Anything that black people are advocating for, that's woke, that's political correctness, that's bad politics. Because you never hear them talk that way on any other issue at any other time. Certainly not where white activists are concerned. You have the white right losing school board elections. You got them losing mayor's offices, the usual push and pull of the political cycle. And yet you never hear the Ezra Kleins and others saying, you know what? The white right needs to modernize their talking points. They need to change. They're out of step with the country. No. They certainly never criticized the Republican leadership for always telling their people to double down and not to back down. No matter how many elections they lose, the white right always says, well, the problem is we didn't run hardcore white right enough. No, the Ezra Kleins only have criticism whenever it's people who are on the quote unquote left who are advocating for things he doesn't approve of. Then there's problems. There's a reason so many in the white media, in these schools and universities and in government or political circles couldn't wait to attack black people for demanding the police be punished for their criminality. That was where Barack Obama started attacking woke. He was the very first politician to come out and attack woke, and he did it specifically on the issue of defunding the police, fighting police brutality. That's what everybody understood to be a euphemism for woke. You're advocating and allying with what these black people are saying. You got to stop. These white liberals, they couldn't wait to attack reparations. As Bernie Sanders said, it's not feasible, not feasible. And as we see states like Florida and Texas and Oklahoma and others who are blatantly violating the law, instituting white supremacist indoctrinations in the schools and other performative extremism, how come we never see these white liberals up in arms about that? Because they've never been up in arms about these things in the past. The white liberal has always carried water for every anti-black program and policy that's ever come down the pike. The white liberal has always found a way or invented a way to make excuses for every anti-Black policy. They've always been the first to be apologists for anti-Black racism and to excuse it away with some pathetic deflection. They want to be the first to wag their fingers at us and tell us that when someone says some anti-Black racist thing, well, we can't really call them racist because you can't know what's in that person's heart. Meanwhile, if you say anything even mildly critical about Israel, Ezra Klein and his ilk could be the first one to say that you're anti-Semitic. They know you're anti-Semitic. They know it. They ain't got to ask. They can read your mind. They can read your horoscope. They can tell your past just because they met you because of one thing you said that they didn't like. And that you can't know what's in their heart, that's a deflection that we never hear at any other time. White liberals say that whenever a Black person is being accused of saying something prejudiced against a white person, suddenly they know exactly what's in your heart. White liberals are controlled opposition. That's their job. You have tethers, sellouts, bootlicks, and backstabbers who try to ingratiate themselves with white society by reassuring them, I'm the good Black massa. Tethers love to run that game. Well, white liberals, the exact same thing. They try to ingratiate themselves with us by reassuring us that they're the good white advocate. And this is why the orange man being back in power is a good thing, because now everyone who's ever tried to hide what they thought or felt that they needed to sugarcoat it, now they feel they have no choice but to come out and say it out loud, or they feel emboldened like they got the luxury of saying it out loud. They feel like the white right's on a roll with all this anti-Black racism, so we got some momentum for me to just say, well, I'm just telling you people some hard truths you don't want to hear. And the people who have been saying that we needed to go easy on these creeps, that they really racist, all of these silly Negroes online who have been attacking the Black media because they claim we've been painting with a broad brush. Now all of a sudden those clowns are sounding like us. White supremacy is utterly reliant on groups as they scheme and plot against us, then everything's good. But when the landscape changes and that old internecine strife comes back to the surface again, white solidarity fractures. Whiteness is an ethno-political fiction. That's the reason why it is absolutely crucial to them that they control all of the resources and all of the politics. They control the resources and the mechanisms by which those resources are distributed. And it's precisely that monopoly on resources and politics that enables them to institute their system of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that acts as the glue that holds those classified as white together. They make it where only approved of individuals get to live off the fat of the land, while the Black wealth are locked out of it. The idea of a flat definition of white is a lie agreed upon. The very definition white itself has changed and been altered many times over the centuries. It's been expanded to include certain groups and been amended to exclude others. So Ezra Klein can continue with his apologies for right-wing politics, and Ta-Nehisi Coates can keep pretending that he didn't know these white liberals are the way they are. But if Klein wants to complain about political violence, he can start by telling his new buddies to stop it. The white right has long said that there's no such thing as hate speech or even hate crimes. Charlie Kirk said that. He said hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it protected by the First Amendment. Now, what he thought at the time was he was talking about himself. That's what he really thought. But regardless, if you want to be consistent, then shouldn't Charlie Kirk's sentiment logically go for political violence too? There is no political violence. Some white supremacist in a church or at a campus event, they're all just killings. The motivation doesn't change the act itself. So, as the white right has said for the longest time about hate crimes, why do we have to create a new category of thought crime? That's what they've been saying for decades. So Ezra Klein should be giving the white right their own advice. Give them Charlie Kirk's advice. But then again, all these overnight fans of Charlie Kirk don't dare mention his actual words, especially not Ezra Klein. His ethics, such as they are quite strange, to a moral person at least. Like most beneficiaries of racial privilege, they start every argument from their own position of power and then try to reverse engineer talking points from there. Well, you can't get to the truth from a standpoint of lies. They're fine with the bigotry and the racism, especially against Black people, because they've always been. What they're not fine with is when it affects them. A lot of people are going to try to rewrite the history books now and their own personal biographies and try to make it seem like they were always onto these phony white liberals like Ezra Klein. Oh, we saw through them from the very beginning. That's what a lot of people are trying to do right now. But the reality is they were always on his side. They're just trying to preserve their own pathetic, crumbled credibility because the truth can't be denied anymore. And this is what we in the Black grassroots wanted. We wanted things to come to a head. No more running in circles. No one being allowed or even wanting to hide what they think. People are going to be saying exactly what they think, either because they believe that they finally got some leeway, that the social climate is now just agreeable enough with them where they can go ahead and finally say what they've always thought, or in many cases because they feel as if they have to protect their own crumbling position. Way, they'll be forced to do something or to admit that they've always been on the side of the bad guys. The white liberals are phony. But if you were one of the people who tried to be foolish, good evening and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Shrampstein, Morris Bodden, Sharice Matthews, Neil Saphir, and L. Wilson. Salute to Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah, we've been warning y'all about them white liberals for the longest. They just as racist as the right ones. And anybody that's sticking up for Charlie Kirk is a suspected white supremacist. I mean, Jesus, I don't know how you could stand up for somebody like that and not be a white supremacist your damn self. It's beyond me. Shout out to Professor Black too for that awesome update on the Ezra crime. To hell with him, to hell with Charlie Kirk, to hell with all the white supremacists and their adjacent flunkies. Now, moving along, Claressa Shields, our FBA sister, our world champion on the female side. Claressa Shields unboxes her anniversary gift from Papoose.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, I'll go ahead and hit the subscribe button now.
It's like, got a mind of its own right now. Yeah, Claressa Shields unboxes her anniversary gift from Papoose before attending Bud Crawford's party. Sorry, my cue was kind of out of order. All right, there we go. Yep. So yeah, these in times like this, you get to see people's true colors. Definitely, true racist white supremacist colors is coming out.
Claressa Shields unboxes her one-year anniversary gift from Papoose before attending Bud Crawford's party.
Very cutesy, very demure. You know, I like this chain thingy right here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Be sure to like, subscribe.
No, no ice. Smith.
Hey.
Going in the mansion.
Thanks for tuning in to 9 Mag TV.
Tell that gunpoint. So, Palmetto Star is gonna give us an update on that.
Oh, who is that? Our friend.
Yep, Too Raw for TV.
Too raw for TV.
Come on, computer. Sorry, computer. 1001 windows open. Let's see.
What's up, YouTube? This is Too Raw for TV.
Weirdo.
Right.
Well, the struggle never ends, man.
Trying to clarify.
The struggle, it just never ends.
But yeah, I like the place to spot us. And she
Bud Crawford, of course, shocked the world last week with a convincing victory over Canelo Alvarez to win the, I believe it was undisputed super middleweight championship. and he has conducted himself as a professional. The way that he fought was honorable. You know what I'm saying? You had a lot of people in boxing who always cry and moan when, you know, certain fighters, as they put it, pity pat and run or duck and run. Bud Crawford fought like a champion. He took it. And a covert agenda, a devious one at that, will admit that he won that bout.
Yep, against Alvarez.
Okay.
He did win the bout.
The way that he has conducted himself afterwards has been nothing but a gentleman. He's been an ass. All right, which is his home. Bud Crawford was given a parade, a celebration.
Yep.
Local town boy did good. Okay. Bud Crawford has been major in the news. So it's not like you don't know who this guy is. Okay. He was given keys to the city by the mayor.
Right.
Of Omaha. Somehow, this celebration has turned into a nightmare for Bud Crawford and potentially could have been a tragedy. Idiot police officers, motivated by, well, I can't tell you what they're motivated by. I can tell you what I suspect they're motivated by. Envy, prejudice, you know. Who knows? They could have lost money betting on Canelo. Whatever the case may be, they pull over Bud Crawford and his team. When I say his team, I mean his well, I should say his party. I'll use that. They pulled over Bud Crawford and his party, supposedly for driving recklessly. And then for having weapons. But Omaha, Nebraska. It's in the state of Nebraska, right? But here's the video.
Stepping out, seatbelt.
Oh yeah,
I'm opening the door. I'm opening the door. Right here on my right. I'm keeping my fucking hands up. I'm not reaching for no gun, bro.
Right.
Can I move my phone?
Pigs.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Probably because he's driving a hard in there. This brother just had a fucking parade in his honor, and these punk ass pigs don't have that.
Now, thankfully, nothing happened, but a police officer pulled a gun on Terrence Bud Crawford. Okay? Whether or not this was a case of what they thought was, quote, a black man in a fancy car and just pulling him over just to fuck with him,
yeah,
I think it's more likely, given the fact officers that wanted to rain on his parade. They wanted to humiliate Bud Crawford.
That's exactly what they wanted to do.
And you got a lot of that going on right now, a lot of anger directed at us as if we're the problem in society. You know, the last couple of weeks, you know, somebody gets shot in Utah.
Yeah. Okay, that's Charlie Kirk.
Apparently by a white man, but yet those by man's death want to aim us. It's never been about bullshit. It's
That's exactly what it is.
a lot of these get bolder and they're violent.
Yep.
By the way, have I mentioned that the mayor of Omaha, Nebraska is African American? He's the first African American mayor in its history. Did I mention that Omaha, Nebraska is becoming increasingly Democratic? You don't think that has some friction with some of the people in the local police department? We know what time it is. We see it in the South. In Detroit, we can see it in any jurisdiction in this country. Milwaukee, we know what time it is. We know what this was. It's fucked up, man. It really is.
It is, Palmetto.
Man had a parade in his honor. And this is what they do. This is a statement from the Omaha Police Department. Omaha Mayor John Ewing and Police Chief Todd Schotterer are aware of a video circulating on social media regarding a traffic stop involving Terrence Bud Crawford early Sunday morning. Chief Schotterer has authorized an internal affairs investigation. Shortly before 1:30 a.m., officers working in the department area observed a vehicle driving recklessly near North 12th and Capitol Avenue. A traffic stop was conducted at Kash Street. While speaking with the driver, an officer observed a firearm on the driver's side floorboard. For safety, all 4 occupants were ordered out of the vehicle at gunpoint. The driver was later identified as Mr. Crawford. Upon verification of his driver's license, and was issued a citation for reckless driving. One passenger, a member of Mr. Crawford's security team, also was found to be carrying a legal firearm. Police have confirmed that all occupants are legally permitted to carry firearms. A police supervisor and lieutenant responded to the scene at Mr. Crawford's request. Oh yeah, he knew what time it is too. He knew what time it was. And you know, from some people who were there observing it, I guess maybe other people that was on the street that night or whatever, or this morning, they said the reckless driving thing was bullshit. I tend to believe that. But anyway, that's all I got to say about it. Tell me what you guys think.
You can't have shit.
Exactly. They don't want us to have a damn thing. Punk ass pigs. To hell with Omaha PD for that. That's some bullshit. They had no business pulling over our brother Terrence Crawford. They had no business pulling him over.
Especially, you know what? That doesn't even make sense. Because they gave him a parade. That means the police already know who he is.
Right.
So they're pulling him over. It's like fucking with him.
Yeah. Exactly. So I hope you sue the fuck out of them. That's definitely a lawsuit. They had no business pulling over our brother. That was clearly racially profiling and harassment, like Lady Chase just said. After he had a whole parade, a whole birthday party, they're gonna pull him over because he's driving a nicer car than them. It's so typical of these damn race soldiers.
And they know the motherfuckers are probably carrying with them. Fucking gun charge or something.
Yeah, just some bullshit.
That's immediately what they think. They gotta make them think that You win something, be outside, gun flashing, something around, and they're gonna have to be drinking and driving, whatever, get caught slipping, you know.
Luckily, our brother didn't get shot or killed as a result of this, as we've seen too many times with other unarmed black people or armed black people like Philando Castillo, for instance. They end up dead as a result of these traffic stops, or more recently, Ray John Stubberfield in Aurora, Colorado, who got pulled over and ended up dead. So yeah, enough is enough of this shit. So in other news, Ice Cube's tour bus catches fire in downtown Portland. Luckily, nobody was on it. So I'm gonna play the Fox affiliate out of Portland's video on it. And I had another video. I had like 2 videos queued up for this. So this is the first one.
A tour bus for rapper Ice Cube caught fire in downtown Portland Tuesday morning, just hours after his Moda Center show and cleared the smoke. No, Ice Cube's team says the crew is safe. The performer did share this statement saying, quote, "I'm not taking would burn anybody's property that was out there at the time." Meantime, investigators are reviewing surveillance footage and working to find out what exactly started the fire.
First video. He said, "I'm not taking no coward like that."
So does he think they were foul play or does it?
I think he thinks.
Deck with Tim Blacc. Next on Deck with Tim Blacc.
A tour bus for rapper Ice Cube caught fire in downtown Portland Tuesday morning, just hours after his Moda Center and Broadway, where they
This is Cube's response. This next video.
New at 11, hip-hop icon Ice Cube is speaking out after a fire broke out on one of his tour buses in Portland. It turns out one of the tires, even Ice Cube said he is, quote, not like that would burn anybody's property that was out there at the time, end quote. Portland Fire could not confirm the cause, but did say they are investigating. They had the fire was quickly put out and that they vented smoke from the inside of the bus. Glad everyone's okay there.
Right. So here's the response. Hold on, let me see.
Deck with Tim Blacc. Next on Deck with Tim Blacc.
Town Portland Tuesday morning, just hours after his Moda Center show. Fire crews responded to Southwest Oak and Broadway, where they say that the bus had caught fire. They quickly put it out and cleared the smoke. No injuries were reported. Ice Cube's team says the crew is safe. The performer did share this. A coward like that would burn anybody.
It's so bad a statement that the person reading was like, I know I'm getting this shit wrong because no one's this ignorant. I'm not taking this incident as a personal attack. A coward like that would burn anybody's property that was out there at the time. So now the big sign on it to say Ice Cube, they didn't know that was your shit. Before we go any further, let me let you know the Tim Blacc Wolfpack is dedicated, committed, 10 toes down to reporting the truth, unbiased, and not working for any political party. If that sounds good to you, go to jointimblack.com, become a member of the Tim Blacc Wolfpack. There was other cars there. There's other cars that burn. They burnt your bus. It's not a car. It's big as shit. It's got a... I'm sorry, guys. Let's keep going.
Meantime, investigators are reviewing surveillance footage and working to find out what exactly started the fire.
For a guy like you that's in the industry, how do you see what's going on over these last 10 days here with both what you've seen with Charlie Kirk and also what you saw last night with Jimmy Kimmel?
You don't never want to see nobody, that to me is it's tragic. No matter how you look at it, somebody who has an opinion and you get killed over it. Like, that can happen to anybody. That can happen to any one of us. So that's crazy.
Next on deck.
Yeah, Cube, that's not why he got killed. I don't think that's why he got killed, but then we'll come back. Ice Cube, he recently was talking about migrants, undocumented immigrants, all this stuff, and he was like, we need to be nicer, and Ice, hey, we need to, Trump need to call the immigrants off, and call off the ICE and do all this stuff. And people were like, why Cube do that? Well, then I found out that Cube had a new one. And Cube knew he needs to Trump was doing with ICE. And that's when I realized that a lot of people just didn't pay attention. It's sort of like, Kanye West always turns up the volume on the antics whenever he got a new project coming out. Same thing with Cube. Got some new shit coming out, turn up the language, spark up the, buzz. Here's the thing though. Very much a sit liberals, maybe, people that support the undocumented people. It's definitely a sanctuary city, so, right? So you can put 2 and 2 together and get 4 without even using your fingers, right? Like, that's what happened. He already knew that was going to happen. He knew that there was a risk of that because he's been a vocal Trump supporter. But the guy went on Tucker Carlson's show and didn't say that bad about Trump or Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson talked shit about black people for years. Tucker Carlson was Bill O'Reilly light. Then he became Bill O'Reilly times 10. And a lot of criticism. And Cube went on there and didn't bring up none of that shit. It was like, basically, we need to kumbaya and everybody get along, and we need to all work together and all this other stuff. Being a whole different Cube than the one that put out the contract with Blacc America. So what I'm saying is, it's a lot of
which is really good.
It's a lot of selfish things going on here, right? A lot of preserving one's own money, playing one's position, whatever's best for them. That's all Cube was doing. That's what he's doing here. But the problem is, these activists, they have a long memory. It's sort of like Jay-Z trying to open the casino. And before that, it was to deal with Jay-Z and the NFL. I mean, people be afraid to say what it is. These people are capitalists. These people are business people out to make money. and they just make money off of occasionally talking about things that we care about in order to get a certain type of PR push at the time to get a certain type of news cycle that may benefit whatever they got going on. So there was Colin Kaepernick, Jay-Z kind of laying there for a minute, act like he gonna help Colin. Hate to just, that's it. That's short. We ain't got all day. We ain't got going all different sides of the issue. It is what it is. There's not a person that studies sociology or psychology or the aftermath. We have studies now that can tell you when you put up casinos in areas that are adjacent to working class people, has a deleterious, a bad impact, a negative impact on those people. People end up spending a damn mortgage hoping to get lucky, hoping to get rich. They go in there, people with vices, it's a sickness. Gambling is a sickness. I know you would know that with all the black podcasts taking money from the line. You know how much pain and agony and suicides are tied to that? But it's okay. Why would a billionaire need to put money into that? You know what? And that's fine. If that's what you want to do, fine. My thing is stop straddling the fence like you're some humanitarian, like you really care about people. And then do things to the counter to it. Cube, stop putting yourself out like you fight for folks. And then go and be like, well, I don't like what they did to the undocumented. Well, they undocumented, dog. How many Negroes got picked up for missing bond hearings? How many black people got warrants for failures to appear? Who got locked up for that shit? That's all it is, being undocumented. They had a court date to come back or leave the country, and they didn't make the court date, so now they got an open warrant. And then every once in a while, unlike us, they go looking for them. They look for us all the time. Every once in a while, depending on who gets in office, the freaking people come looking for the warrants. That's all this is. That is all it is.
Tell them.
And you can be under certain presidents who make it a very low priority and do not focus on going to get those people. That's it, then. But on my thing, the Cube, man, let's cut the shit. They burnt your bus because you was rocking with Trump. Same reason they burnt them Teslas. People burn Teslas. Somebody was like, why'd they burn those Teslas? Because he was working with Doge, working with Trump, cutting jobs. People got mad at it. I didn't support them burning the Teslas, but I didn't act dumb like I didn't.
This streamer, what's the YouTube?
What's the YouTube?
Well, we had some weird setup. I get it. So weird, learn something different.
All right, what are your thoughts on Ice Cube's?
Yeah, she want to make it a personal thing. When it clearly sounds like a personal thing, the way the climate is, you know what I mean? Like with Master Charlie.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna continue calling Master Charlie.
Fuck him.
It's like Master Candy. You know what I mean? Same shit, different day.
Fuck the Stevens on the plantation.
What I'm saying is maybe he don't want to make it bigger than what it is, but with all them cameras there, and Shirley has cameras on the bus.
Like some camera captures something.
Somebody caught something, and they're not telling us what it is because he's at a concert. He's off the bus, right?
So he's on tour. So he started the tour here in Denver.
Yeah, but he was during the concert, right? So he's off the bus.
When this happened, he wasn't. Yeah, he was off the bus.
His whole crew was off the bus, right?
Yes.
So he was at a show.
Yeah, he just did a show in Portland.
Okay, so
there's show in Portland. He's just in
there's
LA
so many
tonight.
people hanging around the bus. Surely somebody got some video. Who put out the fire? So many questions, not enough answers.
Yeah, let's see if he posted on his Twitter page. Just keep talking while I'm pulling it up.
About what? Wait, Jesus! I said what I said. I'm basically saying, all right, look. So, okay. What you say? Wasn't my bus. Scroll up. It was my bus. It was a crew bus, parked in front of the hotel. Everybody was upstairs sleeping. Nobody hurt. No equipment damage. A coward set fire to the bus. My bus was actually in Oakland getting serviced. See, it was personal. It was personal. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. That's fucking story. It was personal. He said, then D. Will Jackson said, it's not last week, your first time for me. Okay, keep going down.
From the actual video.
The stage said the legacy cemented on bringing 40 years of bangers to Viejas Arena.
San Diego.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the tour list. Okay, so he was in Portland on the 25th.
Yeah.
Smoking, opening. What we got for me tonight? So he went to Portland, and then he went to Oakland. And last night he was in LA.
Right. So he said this is a crew bus. So the crew went to Portland first. They must head out first.
Right.
It's Oregon, right? Portland, Oregon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the Portland show.
Truth to power trip. Okay, so just think about it. It's personal. That's our language.
Yeah.
Truth to power, right?
Yeah.
So this is personal. Well, he didn't carry on with it though. That's what he said. It's like he basically said what he said, and he didn't carry on with it. He said the crew's cool, the bus was whatever, no damage to the equipment, we straight. A coward did this.
So we started the tour here on the 16th. I'm trying to get the tour list. This is the show in Denver. I wish we could have went to that show.
Well, I wish we could have went to this tour because it's my generation. And he's probably one of my 4 favorites.
Yeah, he's in my top 5 list.
He's in Mount Westmore. I like Mount Westmore. Other people talk a lot of shit. But I've yet to hear a bad song by them. Have you? No. We got legends.
Okay, here's the tour guide. So he started the tour in Denver. Then he went to Salt Lake City on the 17th. Then he went to Seattle on the 19th. Vancouver on the 20th. And Portland on the 22nd.
So you went the 5th stop? Or 5th stop?
5th stop.
Yeah, so he said it. He's just not going to make a big deal out of it because he's a low.
Right.
So he's going to go find out on his own little investigation. And that'll be that. So that's probably all we're going to hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's how I feel like. That's how it's going to maneuver. And the only reason it made the news is because somebody was outside filming it. Meaning, somebody was outside telling him.
Mm-hmm.
And so that same person's probably telling him who started that little fire. You know what I mean? Think about it.
Yeah. So we'll keep y'all updated if anything else comes up in regards to
I hope he doesn't like secretly finds out because, you know, arson is a big deal. Arson is a federal offense.
Yeah, it is. Remember the sheepskin factory?
Not to bring in the laws in there, I'm just saying, arson is a fucking offense. Punishable by jail time, a lot of jail time too. Especially when you set something like that on fire.
All right, so in other news, everybody's favorite mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson. Let's go, Brandon Johnson, get the hell out of office. Shout out to Chicago Flips Red.
You are not gonna play this whole thing.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna do.
I know you're not going to, because I'm not gonna let you.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing.
Good,
I'm just trying to play the clip.
I bet. Go for it. I paid attention.
I was trying to run the show.
Go for it.
All right, Chicago
Look in your
mayor
pockets.
gets booed and heckled at CBC Foundation Phoenix Awards.
Yes, his pants have got like 27,000 pockets in them. He's wearing the hell out of them. Smart, that stuff.
Shout out to Demetria K.
Shout out to Demetria K. The Donovan?
Yeah. And Donovan Sadiq. They're gonna give us an update on Chicago mayor gets booed and heckled at the CBC Foundation Phoenix Awards.
Stand up just a tiny bit. Here we go.
White expectation is something that we must understand. That's why the weight is different. White fear is incredibly dangerous. White fear will have you scaling walls, staging a coup to declare that an election did not exist. Do you all know that our country literally was being infiltrated from within by the former president of the United States of America to disrupt and to dismantle our government as we know it? And now it gets less attention than 9/11. These are incredible acts of evil. Dr. King said that the three evils of the planet, militarism, materialism, and racism, and that we have to do everything in our power to eradicate these evils from the planet. And the people who know them the best are Black folks. And so that's why, as Mayor Scott and all of us are indicating, that we do feel that sense of responsibility. Listen, I used to come to the Congressional Black Caucus convention, this conference, protesting the position of school privatization against Democrats. I took an arrest in front of the very elevator that is now held for me. I've been on a hunger strike. I was polling at 2.2%. A middle school teacher, the first mayor in a generation that's been elected without any ties to the daily machine. Oh my God. This has never happened. Made his sole arrest. Mayor Harold Washington was on the slate of Richard J. Daley when he ran as a state representative. And so Black folks' expectations were incredibly high for me because it was the people in this city, particularly the corporate interests, that outspent me 3-1. They said there would be blood in the streets. They said that police officers would quit. They said that we would not be able to manage the crisis that they created. Whether it's police brutality settlements, whether it's the lack of pensions, the fact that all of the public assets were sold off by the daily operation, and then May 15, 2023, Black folks said, "Give us free," in the words of Sinkei. Are you serious? So I'm not mad at our people for having high expectations. I have higher expectations of myself than anybody in this room. So here's what I'm getting at, is that in 2 years, we have had the safest summer with the fewest amount of homicides since 1965. Now that they agree that crime is down, you know what they say now? Well, how do you feel? I said, do you feel safe? Here's the second thing. This is the point, the last point that I believe everything is getting in. Now, there's a friendly competition. We're real close to be the #1 busiest area of California. That's why he keeps saying that. But check this out. In the city of Chicago, close to this, we have 20% of the world's fresh water. Stay with me. 2 major airports, railroads, one of the largest economies on the planet. And a Black man who taught middle school 10 years ago is now in charge of that economy.
We're in $1 billion deficit. Are you serious?
This was just about my Blackness.
We're in $1 billion deficit.
It's been more Black mayors before. The reason why white supremacy is afraid of this Black mayor in Chicago is because they did not help me get elected.
So as you heard and saw there, that was Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago, and of course, he was getting booed and heckled by that of Chicago Flip Red, Danny C, Jessica Jackson, and a few others. Not quite sure all who was there. But as they were listening to him tout all of these things, black, 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 black. And as I was watching it, I'm like, well, he sure know how to talk black, don't he? He talks real black. right? I'm the black this and the black that, and we this, that, the other. And as you heard Danny C say, hey, we got $1 billion deficit, but he talked black, but he didn't talk about the immigration issue, right? That even created Chicago flips red, which basically they're saying, if it's the last thing we do, we are going to flip Chicago red, and they came pretty close. We're going to flip it red, which is traditionally blue, right? Democrat. We're going to flip it red because we do not like what Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Democrats did by, of course, Chicago is a sanctuary city, and it's been like that since I think like 1983, 86 or something like that. Sanctuary city basically means that we welcome immigrants and we will not aid the bad ICE. We won't help ICE. In fact, we'll help the immigrants against ICE. So with that being said, Brandon Johnson and the Democrats welcoming all the immigrants and gave them all they could get. They commandeered the south side of Chicago, predominantly black neighborhoods, and they gave them schools that were closed that they had promised to black residents in Chicago. They were going to open it up and make it a youth center and a whole host of other things, but that didn't happen. And then there was even one meeting, and most infamously, a lot of people showed, because they go to the city hall meetings, city council meetings a lot, where an immigrant was basically like, that's why y'all ain't getting no money, right? Telling them they need to be quiet and all that. So they felt really emboldened, and they were able to feel emboldened by that of Mayor Chicago, Brandon Johnson. He, and to this moment, he is standing 10 toes down on rebuffing the efforts of Trump and Tom Homan, which is not really working because ICE is in there now. And I was going to do another story, but I'll do that next week. ICE is in there, and they really kind of going in there and, was snatching people up per se. Now, of course, a lot of the black residents there are like, yes, we're here for that, right? Because again, NBC said there's a $1 billion deficit and that they want to raise their property taxes to pay for some of that. But look how snakes and devils such as Johnson, look how they act. They go to these black events and they talk black and they black this and the black that. We got the freshest water. And then this sucker had the nerve to say that we got the best crime rate since 1965. Yeah. Donovan, were you born in 1965?
He said that. He's stupid.
I know I look like I was, but no, I was born in 1970.
I wasn't either, right? So most of us probably weren't here in 1965. So what? That's my math is bad. But 70 years? That's 70. No, it's not 70 years. 60.
Johnson.
60 years. Okay, say 60 years ago. So 60 years time span. You mean to tell me that crime hasn't really improved demonstratively since 1965? So it's like, why has crime improved now? I don't know if it did, but y'all heard the rebuttal from Danny C saying that's a lie. What? So they're not saying it's true, but then he's talking about, well, how do you feel? And all that. People ask him.
All right. Yeah, we're going to go right back to it, family. Just give me 1 second. Oh boy, Johnson is a fucking liar and a half. He was like, we had the lowest crime in the last 2 years.
No, in the last 60 years.
He said 2 years.
In the last 60 years.
But he said 2 years.
He said since
1965. I promise you said 2 years, cuz. He said in the last 2 years he had something like that, the lowest crime. Play it back. You don't believe me? Stop, man.
60 years.
He didn't say that.
That's what they just were referencing.
No, he said something else by that. Just play the shit so I can finish my statement. No, I'm not. I'm not listening.
It's something that we actually understand. That's why the weight is different. White fear is incredibly dangerous, though. Yeah. White fear will have you scaling walls, staging a coup to declare that an election did not exist. You all know that our country literally was being infiltrated from within by the former president of the United States of America to disrupt and to dismantle our government as we know it. And now it gets less attention than 9/11. These are incredible acts of evil. Dr. King said that the three evils of the planet, militarism, materialism, and racism, and that we have to do everything in our power to eradicate these evils from the planet. And the people who know them the best are black folks. And so that's why, as Mayor Scott and all of us are indicating, that we do feel that sense of responsibility. Listen, I used to come to the Congressional Black Caucus Convention, this conference, protesting the position of school privatization against Democrats. I took an arrest in front of the very elevator that is now held for me. I've been on a hunger strike. I was polling at 2.2%. A middle school teacher, the first mayor in a generation that's been elected without any ties to the daily machine.
Oh my God.
may his soul rest. But Mayor Harold Washington was on the slate of Richard J. Daley when he ran as a state representative. And so black folks' expectations were incredibly high for me because it was the people in this city, particularly the corporate interests, that outspent me 3-1. They said there would be blood in the streets. They said that police officers would quit. They said that we would not be able to manage the crisis that they created. Whether it's police brutality settlements, whether it's the lack of pensions, the fact that all of the public assets were sold off by the daily operation. And then May 15, 2023, black folks said, give us free, in the words of Sinkei.
Are you serious?
So I'm not mad at our people for having high expectations. I have higher expectations of myself than anybody in this room.
6%.
So here's what I'm getting at, is that in 2 years, we have had the safest summer with the fewest amount of homicides since 1965. Now that Rican crime is down, you know what they say now? Well, how do you feel? That's it. Do you feel safe? Here's the second thing. This is the point, the last point that I believe they're thinking is getting. Now, there's a friendly competition. We're real close to being the #1 busiest airport. That's why he keeps saying that.
He doesn't know. So he's been in office how long?
For 2 years.
2 years. All right, yeah. Jesus Christ. Why is it saying the same thing? Gotta be so goddamn combative. All right, look it. We're both right. He said the last 2 years. So basically, during his term, he feels like they have had the safest summers. Okay.
Since 1965.
Okay, cause they heard. Jesus fucking Christ! You want to hear? Take the fucking mic. I'll leave.
No,
Take the fucking mic.
no, go.
Jesus Christ. We don't count 65. That's when he was born. Don't count that shit. Anyway, back to us. We're talking about the last 2 years. Okay? The last 2 years, he said, and we had 65, whatever fucking stupidity he wants to add to that. And 65, okay? 2 fucking years of nothing but crime. When has it been safe? There's been like, what, up to 15 shootings almost every 2 weeks? At least.
Just a mass shooting on Labor Day.
Before that, there's been like serious shootings.
There's always a shooting in Chicago.
There's always a shooting in Chicago, right? That's right, Jesse. There's always a shooting in Chicago. So what is he really protecting anybody for? And when the migrants came, he's tiptoeing around that shit.
Mm-hmm.
He was giving them goodies and giveaways and fuck black people, and that's why
every day they attacked our sister Trinity Washington, our young.
And that's why Chicago Flips Red had initially banded together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we shout out them sisters. They're doing a good ass job. So go ahead here.
Check this out. In the city of Chicago, close up this. We have 20% of the world's fresh water. Stay with me. 2 major airports, railroads, one of the largest economies on the planet. And a black man who taught middle school 10 years ago is now in charge of that economy. That's it.
We're in $1 billion deficit. Are you serious?
This was just about my blackness.
We're in $1 billion deficit.
It's been more black mayors before. The reason why white supremacy is afraid of this black mayor in Chicago is because they did not help me get elected.
Woo! So as you heard and saw there, that was Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago, and of course, he was getting booed and heckled by that of Chicago Flip Red, Danny C, Jessica Jackson, and a few others. Not quite sure all who was there, but as they were listening to him tout all of these things, black, and as I was watching it, I'm like, well, he sure know how to talk black, don't he? He talks real black, right? I'm the black this and the black that, and we this, that, the other. And as you heard Danny C say, hey, we got $1 billion deficit, but he talked black, but he didn't talk about the immigration issue, right? That even created Chicago Flips Red, which basically they're saying, if it's the last thing we do, we are going to flip Chicago red, and it came pretty close. We're going to flip it red, which is traditionally blue, right? Democrat. We're going to flip it red because we do not like what Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Democrats did by, of course, Chicago is a sanctuary city, and it's been like that since I think like 1983, 86 or something like that. Sanctuary city basically means that we welcome immigrants and we will not aid the bad ICE. We won't help ICE. In fact, we'll help the immigrants against ICE. So with that being said, Brandon Johnson and the Democrats welcoming all the immigrants and gave them all they could get. They commandeered the south side of Chicago, predominantly Black neighborhoods, and they gave them schools that were closed, that they had promised to Black residents in Chicago. They were going to open it up and make it a youth center and a whole host of other things, but that didn't happen. And then there was even one meeting, and most infamously, a lot of people show, because they go to the city hall meetings, city council meetings a lot, where an immigrant was basically like, that's why y'all ain't getting no money, right? Telling them they need to be quiet and all that. So they felt really emboldened, and they were able to feel emboldened by that of Mayor Chicago, Brandon Johnson. He, until this moment, he is standing 10 toes down on rebuffing the efforts of Trump and Tom Homan, which is not really working because ICE is in there now. And I was going to do another story, but I'll do that next week. ICE is in there, and they really kind of going in there and, was snatching people up per se. Now, of course, a lot of the Black residents there are like, yes, we're here for that, right? Because again, as Danny C said, there's a $1 billion deficit, and that they want to raise their property taxes to pay for some of that. But look how snakes and devils such as Johnson, look how they act. They go to these Black events and they talk Black and they Black this and the Black that. We got the freshest water. And then this sucker had the nerve to say that we got the best crime rate since 1965. Donovan, were you born in 1965?
I know I look like I was, but no, I was born in 1970.
I wasn't either, right? So most of us probably weren't here in 1965. So what? That's my math is bad. What, 70 years? That's 7? No, it's not 70 years. 60 years. Okay, so 60 years ago. So 60 years time span. You mean to tell me that crime hasn't really improved to demonstratively since 1965? So it's like, why has crime improved now? I don't know if it did, but y'all heard the rebuttal from Danny C saying that's a lie. What? So they're not saying it's true, but then he's talking about, well, how do you feel? And all that. People ask him, how do you feel? But again, there's that play on words. Oh, crime is improving, but then you have Danny C and them saying, no, it's not. It's improving, but what about, and Brother Reggie, you said it best too. If crime improves 20%, what about that 80%? There's still 80% of people still feeling it. So I thought that y'all should see how these jokers and suckers show up to Black events. And oh God, don't get me started on the CBC. I'm gonna give it to you right now, Donovan. Boy, I tell you, all the stuff that I just read to y'all, they're taking up the mantle for Black Americans. And this. It's like, if you don't stop lying, the CBC has not belonged to Black Americans probably since 1971 in its inception, right? When your Shirley Chisholms and them was still in there. So it's not belonged to Black people. They have not served Black people. And what they're basically doing is, somebody will get me, I don't care. They're having these award ceremonies and they're giving each other awards and pats on the back for doing what? Especially if you go back to this last year, the CBC, Kamala Harris, who showed up there, and everybody else, they more or less helped immigrants come over here and destabilize the Black community even more so than it already is. But yet they're giving each other awards because they pretended like they're doing something for Black Americans. Please. Donovan?
Well, I said this years ago when we were first starting out in these podcasts, when John Lewis was in office before he passed. I told people, most Black congressional leaders, if you look at their records, what do they do with most of their time? They name post offices and they give each other civil rights awards. That's what they do with most of their time. But the Democratic Party has given them a new initiative, is to help replace Black people with these immigrants. So that's what their new agenda is. And, the lies after the lies after the lies. I want to say this, and I'm not going to say everybody, you guys, but do you guys know some of the worst politicians are teachers? Some of the worst politicians you're ever going to run across are teachers. You want to know why? Because a teacher is an authority figure. And when they get into Congress, they actually believe people should follow them because of their former vocation. See, and that's where the arrogance comes from. And in this guy, Brandon Johnson, look at him. I think he's a history teacher. I think that's his specialty. This guy is so delusional, he actually thinks what he is doing in Chicago is justified and is something of honor and prestige to do, because he keeps bringing these tropes of historical, aspects of this and that, and it's a Christian thing to do to welcome our brother, and in a foreign land, whatever. And like a preacher, he misquotes, or he only quotes parts of the Bible. Yes, you welcome the foreigner in your land when they come there legally, not illegally. When you break the laws of Caesar, you're breaking the law of God, because again, Caesar was put here by God, and so on, whatever you believe. But that's pretty much how it works. But because he's a teacher, he is used to people just following him because of his authoritative status. And that's where the delusion comes in. This man was polling at, I believe, Demetra, 6% at his lowest? And most of his constituents, and,
6%.
Yeah, 6%. And this guy actually thinks he's a popular mayor. The people that got him into office, he's done absolutely nothing for. And yet he thinks he has the support of the people who put him in the office. There's the delusion right there. And we have a lot of that going on in the Black community. And you know what? I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Maxine Waters has been in office for 30 years. John Lewis was a civil servant for 30 years, not his civil rights record, his government record for over 30 years. I could name you guys all of these long-standing Black representatives, because they're not leaders. That's another thing. We've got to change our vernacular and our way of thinking. These people are representatives. If you have a lawyer, right? A lawyer is your representative in the court. He's your mouthpiece. He or she is your mouthpiece. They're going to come up with a strategy to get you out of whatever the problem is. But at the end of the day, the outcome that you want from your lawyer is what they're supposed to do. And they're going to do because they want to get paid, right? So we've got to change the way we look at these representatives, because that's what they are. Jim Clyburn, look how long these... Okay, any Black person that I name that's a representative, name me name me legislation that any of these Black congressional members have done that has changed and altered the lives of American people. There's not one piece of legislation they have ever championed, much less for their own people. But if you go through their congressional records, you will see dreamers, you will see illegals, you will see this, you will see that for everybody but Black people. And it's sad. Kimmy Rochelle says, Donovan, you done turning up in the DR? No, I actually am not. I'm not done. But thank you for asking. It was a good vacation. I can say that.
Yes, his 304ing has come to an end for now. So hello, everybody that's come on here. Albert Chill, what's going on with you? Brother Damon, how you doing? Let's see. Okay, so Alicia, you said you were born in 1965. So yeah, I guess it took that long. Not that I mean that long, like you're old enough, and I'm 6 years younger. But yeah, it took that long for you to tout some movement with crime. I was like, give me a break. I wouldn't even went up in there with that data at all. And Brother Stephen, and tell your wife to say hello. He says you was born in 64. So there you go. And Brother Joe, now I see you in the chat. You were in Chicago. Did you see Mayor Brandon Johnson get up there and say that? I know you probably weren't there, but about that. And if so, how do you feel listening to him going there talking Black but not walking Black?
Sorry about that, Valley. I had to toggle between screens. That is true what you said. That he's in there talking Black and not walking Black, or acting Black. Like because when the immigrants came, he sure was taking their side. He sure was showing his ass. So, you know, it's hard to take him seriously, and it's hard to even really hear him talk. You know what I mean? Especially when they went down to do the Congress hearings or whatever. He was lying his ass off with our mayor. So that was pretty difficult. Just give me a second, I'll start right back up. So yeah.
He says, I know he was lying. Your average logical thinker, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Sister Zoe. Yes, Zozo, that's her name. And afforded at this point. Okay. Arneva said the government won't shut down, the donors forbid it. Come on now, see if you know, right? It's all political theater. But the Democrats, they got it handed to them so bad the last time. Now they got to pretend like they're going to put up a fight. So it's very interesting. You got these people at the government stressing out whether they're going to lose their job once again. You know, motivated at hand. He says, a motivation at hand, rather. He says they close schools in former Chicago recreation centers, and the schools have to increase Spanish teachers because they don't speak.
You know, I think that what she's about to say is really true. But I'm gonna say this: that she's right. She's absolutely right. What she just said. I'm sorry. Yeah. Stupidly distracted real quick because the kittens are playing. They're biting the hell out of each other.
Democrats, I guess because they're saying they thought it was an ICE bus or something like that, but he was like, you know, people putting a lot on it is from what Ice Cube was saying. You know, because I'm the president of his fan club. I'm just kidding. Pop, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Brother Damon says, oh, that's why those Democrats voted for the Charlie Kirk racist BS. Well, you know, they're saying that they're trying to keep down a political violence. Is like if you don't stop. Carrie, he says, that show you the Democrats and the Republicans. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Arson, he says, wait, what Donovan say? The people who fought for the illegal immigrants lost their jobs over it. You guys know I'm one of them too, but sadly, blacks can't afford it at this point. Okay. Arneva said the government won't shut down, the donors forbid it. Come on now, see if you know, right? It's all political theater. But the Democrats, they got it handed to them so bad the last time. Now they got to pretend like they're going to put up a fight. So it's very interesting. You got these people at the government stressing out whether they're going to lose their job once again. You know, motivated at hand. He says, a motivation at hand, rather. He says they close schools in former Chicago recreation centers, and the schools have to increase Spanish teachers because they don't speak English. And yes, I did a story on that. I think it aired yesterday on the African Diaspora News Channel, where basically one of the school board members was like, well, this Spanish-speaking classes should be for Spanish-speaking people only, basically not for anybody else. And so, yeah, she got kind of caught. It's kind of a recording. They couldn't actually release the recording because it was under official business per se, but testimony came out that she did say it, and she admitted that she said it, and she was sorry, and this, that, the other. But it's like, are you crazy? You know? Tyrone says, hey, Demetri, sorry I missed your Assata Shakur lie. That's okay. Says, I wonder if not only her, but all FBA revolutionaries feel their sacrifice was worth it, judging by FBA situation today. I'll tell you right now, I don't know. I haven't spoken to any of them. I would venture to say they would be on the fence about that because look at all the good people that we have lost in the struggle. And we are just kind of, we just kind of don't really care much overall. You know, I think about the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan and his life's work in trying to enlighten us, wake us up, right?
I just want to play the part about Brandon Johnson getting heckled. Shout out to Chicago Red for heckling his ass at that CBC Congressional Black Caucus, more like Congressional Tether Caucus Foundation Phoenix Awards in Chicago. So shout out to AmeriKKA for covering this along with Donovan. So moving along, we're gonna go to the elder out of New Orleans, Baba Rashawn, and he's gonna give us an update on the problem with America is white America violence and mass shootings.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Good to play.
I think they're taking the potty time as playtime. That's not good.
Peace, blessings, and love.
Oh, yeah.
This is the elder out of New Orleans coming to you with another informative video. All praises to our creators and our ancestors. But family, this video is going to be about white America and their violent agenda. Going in church houses, going in schoolhouses, committing murder. And the sad part about it, they don't want to take up responsibility for their wrongdoings. This year alone, there have been over 50 mass shootings in white America. Had one in North Carolina the other day, one in Michigan this morning. A couple of days ago, there was in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
And before that, there was in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Committing violence. America was built on violence. The people that is running America right now are not the indigenous people of America.
That's right.
They all come from Europe, Spain, France, England, Germany. They have went all over the world and stole black people lands over in Africa, over in Papua New Guinea, Australia, here in America.
Yeah.
Because people look like me are the original people of America. We did not come from Africa on those slave ships.
Tell them about
back to white America, they got all the guns and they're using them on their own kind. And they want to talk about black on black crime, but what about white on white crime? And when they commit crime, they commit mass murder. That's right. 10 people got shot in North Carolina the other day. 10 or 12 people got shot in Michigan at a synagogue where people were serving God. Some madman. It seems like white America is mad at themselves, mad at us too. And they all got their day coming. Look at the condition of America, being run by these people. Supposed to be the richest country in the world, but yet they got homeless people. Minimum wage is $7.50 an hour. All these rich billionaires don't care nothing about nobody. They don't even care nothing about the poor white folks. But yet they hating on us, hating on black people. Everything that go on is our fault. But you're being judged, America. You're being judged by the Most High. You're being judged by our ancestors. You're being judged by the universe. And you will pay for your wrongdoings, for your evilness, for your unrighteousness. You don't have no empathy. You have no love. Even the animals getting slaughtered every day by the millions. Because that's what they believe in, violence. They are the most violent people on the planet. They're the most violent people in America. Yes, black people commit crime in their own demographics, but we're not out here going in no church houses. We're not here going into schoolhouses, committing mass murder.
That's right, Elder.
That's right.
Okay.
In white America, you're being judged, and you will pay.
That's right.
For the wrongdoing for the 500 years we have misused my people. Whether it's in America, whether it's in Africa, Papua New Guinea, New Zealand, you will pay.
That's right, Elder.
Because violence is in your DNA. Ain't no love in your DNA. Walls and rumors of wars. There's been no peace since these entities came out the Caucasus Mountains. There has been no love, no empathy towards mankind since these devils came out the Caucasus Mountains.
That's right, Elder.
That's right, family. Well, we're gonna cut this video short. Peace and blessings. Put up the likes and shares. And before I leave this video, you need to repent, white America. You need to get together and tell your people something is wrong with our attitude. Something is wrong with our mindset. Because it's not godly. It's of the devil. Peace and love. Put up the likes and shares. Stay tuned for the next video or live stream, and I'm out.
Thank you, Elder, for that update. And now we're going to go to the latest mass shootings. There was one in Michigan and another one in North Carolina yesterday and the day before yesterday.
This is Papoose 7, and unfortunately, we have another shooting, this time with the building engulfed in flames. Now, not sure exactly how the fire started, but some of the details here is law enforcement saying that the shooter has been neutralized. Reports indicate there are multiple victims, including children, that are wounded. The suspect appears to have driven a truck into the side of the church and then hopped out and did what he did, started shooting people. The police department saying that they don't want none of the public to come around this area right now because they're still trying to put flames out, assess all the damage, but they say there's no threat. On top of that, though, what we come to find out over here with some of these updates is that they are saying right here in an update, breaking update, you can see an improvised explosive device, an IED, was just removed from the truck near the church that was shot up and lit on fire in Grand Blanc, Michigan, per the scanner. Yo, so this is, man, these events, I told you, unfortunately, expect more. It seems to be the theme of something popping off right now. The hand has all these events in motion. This is the latest. Rest in peace to those that are deceased out of this event. Join me for the live streams going live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm talking about the details to this and a whole lot more. I hope to see you there.
Get your people in check, Dabu. And that's going from Street Media TV. So I'll talk about the Street Media TV. The Philly Bell.
Also developing tonight, police in Michigan now say 4 people are dead after a shooting at a fire at a church in the city of Grand Blanc. 8 others are in the hospital, and the gunman, identified as Thomas Jacob Sanford, was killed in a shootout with police. A worship service in Michigan marred with violence Sunday morning after police say a lone gunman rammed his vehicle into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc and opened fire with an assault rifle.
And this kind of violence doesn't happen in our community. And
we are heartbroken that it came to Grand Blanc Township.
Police add the 40-year-old gunman was shot and killed, but not before authorities believe he intentionally set the church on fire. The number of victims could rise.
We do believe that we will find some additional victims once we find the area where the fire was. It was a large fire, and we do believe that there was people up there that were near that fire, and they were unable to get out of the church.
Nearby residents described the scene moments after the shooting as chaotic as police and fire arrived.
The church is engulfed in flames, not much left of it. Police everywhere, 50, 100 police cops, ambulances, fire trucks, everywhere.
Grand Blanc police are looking for a motive and are executing search warrants at the shooter's home. Police added they will be scouring social media accounts believed to belong to the shooter, as well as cell phone records and text messages where possible.
So this next one's from Street Media TV. The suspect has been identified. Street Media TV is going to give us an update on that.
Obviously, they've connected him to what happened at the church this morning, which is a really sad thing. I spoke with somebody in the parking lot a little bit earlier. That's supposedly pretty good friends with him. Pretty emotions. I wish that this guy would was a stand-up guy and would do things for anybody. Did say he was an Army vet. Have no clue if that's what the truth is to that. But if he was, and something triggered him, I can see why. Because, I mean, what do we do for our vets? I mean, a lot of this is starting to happen nowadays. Something's got to be done. We got to start taking care of our people.
Ladies and gentlemen, everything is going crazy right now. America is a powder keg waiting to explode. People are going crazy. I'm telling my foundational Black Americans to stay out of the way, stay home, stay in the house, stay away from everything. Don't go out to these establishments. Don't be around nothing. We know last night in North Carolina, a W man just started spraying bullets, unaliving 3 people. Today, up in Michigan, a man drove his car into a church, made it catch fire. When they start running out, he starts spraying bullets. Another W man. And immediately, people on the right are blaming this on the radical left. They say that this man's name is Thomas Sanford, and they're saying that he had stop Trump signs outside of his house. He's a former Iraq war veteran. They blaming it on Antifa. The radical left is going crazy. They're taking people out. It's good versus evil. They're allegedly saying that the radical left is just unaliving people. Crazy. Y'all don't believe me? Listen to what the radical right is saying.
If you've been paying attention at all, you should not be surprised now to be seeing disaffected veterans being used in the Antifa-inspired war against the American people. They've been talking about it for years. They've been organizing and recruiting them. You see, they think that they're doing it anonymously on their Reddit channels and their Discord servers, but they're also doing it publicly.
The time for words has came and gone. It is now the time for actions. I am looking for other veterans to join me. Here's the only details I'm going to give you. This is not going to be a one-day action. This is going to be a sustained action. So I need you, if you want to join us, to clear your schedules.
It's a strategy, and it's an effective one, because they know that the American people will naturally associate a veteran with right-wing politics. That's why they're doing it. You see, it's actually a 2-part strategy. The first part of that strategy is the belief that if they can get enough veterans to support radical left-wing causes, then they can falsely cloak their radicalism in some legitimate constitutional complaints. The second part is when they move to violence and they use veterans to do it, they can then blame the right. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. You see, there's a reason why he put on a uniform that was meant to tie him to the veteran community. It's so that when you see headlines like this that happened last night in North Carolina, carried out by an ex-Marine, you immediately equate it to right-wing politics. It's social conditioning, and they're doing it on purpose. The problem for them is we're just better at this. You see, it didn't take long to figure out that this fake photo that was running around social media was put out there on purpose. This is supposed to have been an image of the church that was attacked today in Michigan, with American flags on the back of the truck. That's a fake image. They put that out on purpose because they wanted you to think that this is just some right-wing extremist. The problem is, again, We're better at this. You see, because once they released the name of the terrorist that attacked the Mormon church in Michigan today, it was pretty easy to start finding out exactly who this person is and the things that they've been talking about. It's pretty easy to find out his voter registration. And it was pretty easy to find his Act Blue donor records also. Trump sign hanging on the fence of his house. Fact is, we're going to have to do this over and over again. Every time a radical leftist engages in domestic terrorism, the left is going to try to convince you that it was some Trump supporting MAGA person. We're going to do the research and we're going to prove that in fact it was one of theirs. They're then going to pretend like everything that we just found was not real. So you're going to have to always start with the baseline. Conservatives and Republicans don't attack churches. We don't engage in domestic terrorism. That is a left-wing, radical, violent tactic. That's not how we engage in political discourse. And once you have that foundation, it's pretty easy to understand why they're doing it, what they're doing, and who's doing it.
So right on the heels of this Charlie Kirk situation where we all saw what happened in Utah, right? Where Timothy, Tyler Robinson, they said that Donald Trump went on national TV himself and blamed the radical left. It said that the left and Antifa and all these other groups were responsible for these atrocious acts that are happening here on American soil. I'm telling black people, right now, black people, we need to disassociate ourselves from the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and be in the middle, because we're looked at as just staunchly Democrats. But with this stuff going on, with this good versus evil, we get lumped into that. This is why every time something happens, they want to blame black people. We need to be out of the way. This is W on W violence. This is what they do. This has always been the structure of America. Now the cameras is on everything because getting real crazy. Let's look at what the news is saying, and let's look at this man's identity and what he
going over.
Yeah,
I don't
sorry,
like
I'm
crime
late.
right now, Shabaki. You missed all the good shit.
Oh
Going over,
man.
going over
Here's
Assata
some. Yeah, I know. I was on TikTok going back and forth paying tributes to Assata. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to do a little something up there on TikTok, and you know me, man. I'm up here arguing with every other motherfucker over dumb shit, you know, and what have you. So I come back to some smart shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose that TikTok app. Okay, so you went over Assata, you know, may the Queen Mother rest in power, you know what I'm saying? Tupac's auntie, you know. And
Yeah,
whatnot.
we went over what punk ass Kash Patel had to say about her.
Oh yeah. And that fool look like he on dope.
You know,
How dare he gonna sit up there and tell the black community not to mourn over our sister?
But they want us to mourn a white supremacist Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Assata's putting her foot in his ass on the other side, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not in the same place.
No, they're not in the same place. He's definitely in hell. She's in paradise.
Yeah, well, you're right about that. And I just finished arguing with some of the most densest, brain dead bunch of MFs, man, that I ever came across on TikTok, man. I'm losing that TikTok app.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of bad things about TikTok.
Yeah, it's all bad, man. It's all bad.
And when I ran for mayor, that was about it.
I've always been scared because I'm too shy.
Oh, by the way, I know you came across that Eric Adams is not running for mayor of Philadelphia, which is great news. Great news. By the way, the sorry ass Raiders lost by 1 point to the Chicago Bears, so I told them to leave town. They lost my support.
I seen that shit.
And I knew they were gonna lose. I sat there and watched that shit there, man, and I said they are fucking up so bad, man. I said, and they're gonna lose by 1 point, and lo and behold, they did. The Ponies ain't doing too good either.
Hey, y'all
we need San Diego to lose. They undefeated now, unless of course they lost today.
They lost. So
okay, who gave them the L?
The Broncos play today, Shabaka. Who gave the Chargers the L?
Yeah.
What's that? I don't know who the hell it was now.
So the Ponies lost, right?
No, Shabaka, the Broncos play today.
Oh, on Monday night.
Who the hell was it that did?
Man, I've been on this bullshit so long, man. I forgot what damn day it is. I know it's Monday morning. Yeah, so need the Ponies to lose.
Cowgirls and
okay, you guys playing the Cowgirls.
Keep on losing.
Oh, Raiders, I'm done with them, man. I'm done with them, man. I put it up there on Facebook, told them to fire Pete Carroll today. Like Robert De Niro said in that movie Goodfellas, today. Fire him today.
Oh, it was the Giants, Shabaka, the Giants. The New York Giants gave them their first loss.
Okay, so the Ponies got their first loss from the Giants, right?
No. God damn it, Shabaka. Listen.
No. Tell Shabaka to say that line again.
The Chargers lost to the New York Giants.
Great news.
The Broncos play today, Shabaka.
Who you guys playing?
The Bengals.
The Bengals?
Yes.
Cincinnati?
Yes.
Man, them dudes are in the toilet, man. You guys ought to walk all over them.
You would hope so, Shabaka.
Are y'all playing in Cincinnati or y'all playing up there in Pony Stadium?
Quit hating on the Mile High Stadium, Shabaka. We're playing here.
Oh, hopefully it's snow on there.
No snow yet, Shabaka. That'll be another month.
How you gonna wish for snow? It's like a month off of snow.
No, I am not going back to Denver, Colorado. No time between November to May.
He was warned, y'all. He just mad because he didn't think Fat
Got up there, got stuck in the snow. I've been in the snow in Denver for 3 years. And it always snows on Halloween. For some odd reason, on October the 30th, 31st, or November 1st, you look out there, all you see is white shit all over the place.
That's my season.
That's not your goddamn season. Your season is in the spring.
Yeah. It's a Halloween too. I like Halloween.
I don't.
I do though. I do though.
Oh my God.
And I saw pumpkins growing in the hood, cuz. Talked about the pumpkins growing in the hood.
Yeah.
That was so amazing. Pumpkins in the hood, in the middle of the hood. It was beautiful, spectacular. I'm from California, so there's no such thing as a real hood, in Colorado. So what they consider it. I just go along with the narrative. In the rough part of Aurora, there is the pumpkin patches. A pumpkin patch. And I was like, oh, they're fully grown, but they're on the sidewalk. So
not cutting you short, Lady J. I know y'all heard about the fool in Michigan that went and ran the car up into the church.
Literally going over there right now.
Yeah. Fool drove his car up into the church and he got the busting.
Yeah, we're literally going over there right now.
So it really did happen.
Yes.
Okay, so that's so
in Michigan.
He was talking about if it was a right winger that did it.
Okay, yeah, we're in the middle of that. So sit down and buckle in. Glad you're here.
All right. Okay, I'm on the late break.
Got some feedback or something going on, Shabaka.
I do. Okay, all right. Okay, go with the story. I'm gonna go on mute. Okay.
Looks like, right? Now, mind you, they say that there's going to be more casualties because this man had a rifle and he opened fire. He went to a church and just opened fire on innocent people. Like this thing, listen, this is W on W violence.
Yep.
Check this out.
At least 2 people have been killed in a shooting at a Mormon church in the US state of Michigan. The 40-year-old suspect also started a fire at the Michigan church.
A Sunday morning service turning to horror when police with an assault again.
The active shooter at the church. I need manpower up here ASAP. I have people trapped in the building. Repeat, people trapped in the building. We got children inside too.
That frantic 911 call alerting police to an active shooter at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, about 55 miles northwest of Detroit.
He rammed the vehicle through the front door, exited, then started firing shots.
Police say multiple people were shot, and the gunman was killed by 2 law enforcement officers. Adding to the terror, police say the shooter then set fire to the church.
We believe that was
Wow.
deliberately
Branch
set
Davidian shit.
by the suspect.
The horrific act shocking this community of about 40,000 people.
This kind of violence doesn't happen in our community.
Neighbors watching in disbelief as thick smoke billows from the church.
I'm completely distraught. This was a quiet neighborhood. You know, we've never seen anything like this.
As this community grapples with grief, the church website now reads closed.
And we're going to take you live to Michigan now, where authorities are giving an update.
Acting Special Agent in charge of the FBI, Ruben Gleeman. Special Agent in charge of the ATF, James Deere. Grand Blanc Township Supervisor Scott Bennett. Grand Blanc Township Fire Chief Gent. Genesee County Sheriff's Department Sheriff Chris Swanson, and MSP Michigan State Police Captain Greg Marenko. I'm going to provide an update from the incident that we spoke about earlier today that occurred at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at 10:25 a.m. I want to talk about our officer's response. That call came out at 10:25 a.m. and 32 seconds. We had officers on scene at 10:25 and 57 seconds. The suspect, again, we're in the preliminary stages right now, was neutralized at 10:33:44 in the parking lot of that church.
In the parking lot.
That suspect is a 40-year-old male from the city of Burton,
White man.
who we identified as
White.
Thomas Jacob Sanford.
Give us race.
That's Thomas Jacob Sanford, SANFORD.
White on white crime.
Currently, where we're at, an update. I gave you 10 victims who were victims of gunshot. Since then, we have 2 victims who are now deceased. One additional one had died at a local hospital. And again, that suspect is deceased as well. 7 other victims at this time are in stable condition.
Mayo.
1 is in critical condition. Now, for the reunification, I had a question earlier about, hey, where can to see if their loved one is okay, reunification center. I want to provide a number for you for that. It's 248-705-7352. Also, I know that our community is hurting right now, and we want to provide some resources for our community moving forward. At the Genesis Athletic Club in Grand Blanc for Monday and Tuesday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., we will have services for the community. From Wednesday to Friday, those services will be available to our community at the Grand Blanc Senior Center. That's all I have for now. I will give you another update, another press conference at 8 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, so that wraps up another update. 10 victims of gunshots, 2 deceased. We've got 7 in a stable condition at the moment, 1 critical, and of course the suspect is deceased as well in that church shooting. Donald Trump has described this latest shooting at a Mormon church in Michigan as another targeted attack on Christians.
Okay, so we have big updates in the Michigan church shooting. Outlets like the New York Post and even Benny Johnson are naming the alleged shooter as Thomas Jacob Sanford. According to those reports, Sanford was a 40-year-old from Burton, Michigan. And here's what's catching attention. Online images allegedly show his home, where just 3 months ago, a Trump van sign and a stop sign were positioned side by side. Now, I cannot confirm he was Vance. If accurate, that would suggest Sanford wanted to stop Trump and J.D. Vance. While the details are still being confirmed, it's hard to miss the bigger pattern here. Faith and freedom under fire. There are going to be a lot of twists with this story very early on, but the Stop Trump Vance combo is very telling if that is indeed his home. Yet people are trying to say there is no correlation between the Trump and stop sign being right next to each other. You gotta be kidding me. Have a great day, Patriots. Prayers go out to everyone involved.
I'm also hearing right now that there's an active shooter somewhere in Pennsylvania. I got to look more into that. We had a situation in North Carolina. This thing is going crazy, man. And listen.
Yeah. Yeah, he's right about that. Now,
y'all got to be careful
motherfuckers out
there because I don't know. This happens a lot, but they didn't have the cameras on it. They wasn't really reporting on this. But now they're reporting on this to get the American people riled up, right? And I'm saying this to W America. Nobody black has nothing to do with this. So don't come over to our spaces talking trash. Leave us alone. Go over there and deal with that. I'm reporting the news and I'm telling black Americans, be safe, stay out of the way. My prayers and condolences go out to the people that the incident that happened over here in Michigan in that church. Nobody deserves any of that. Nobody deserves any of that. And I blame this on the power structure, man, and their inability to get out in front of this and calm the American people down. And because of that, you have people losing their lives, man. You have people losing their lives, and the radical right and the radical left
in Alabama in
coming out, and they just arguing amongst each other while people on the ground and taking each other out. Shame, man. It's a shame because the American people are victims behind this. And I'm telling black Americans, foundational black Americans, be careful. Do not be out at no well-known establishments right now. Stay away from everything. Stay home, watch whatever you need to watch on TV. Be around your family, man. But as more of this come out, I'll report more of this. But right now, the man name was Thomas Sanford. He unalived 2 people, shot 10 at a Michigan Mormon church. Peace.
I think Update Street Media TV. Still got the feedback real bad.
I'm giving you feedback.
Is it yes? Yeah.
It's coming from me. Okay, what about now?
Yes.
Still coming.
Still got it.
Hold on.
That's suspect is no longer with us. As I said, it is a 40-year-old male from Burton. This incident as well, there was a fire that occurred, and we believe that was deliberately set by the suspect. We do believe that we will find additional victims once we have that scene secure. That fire was just extinguished by the Grand Blanc Township Fire Department within the past hour.
For the laptop.
So where we go from here is we have investigators. We're going to do search warrants on the suspect's residence. We're going to find out if there was a motive. We're going to go through cell phone records, things like that. We had FBI, you know, they're devoting 100 agents to this area because, as you can imagine, there's a lot of witnesses that were within the church, and that is a lot of witness information, statements that we have to obtain. So I'd like to thank all the agencies who responded. The City of Grand Blanc, Genesee County, Oakland County Sheriff's Office, Flint Township Police Department, the DNR, the State Police, and the ATF. I will provide additional information for you at 5 p.m., but I am willing to take any questions that you have that I could possibly answer right now.
Chief, can you talk about the kind of the progress of events? Did the suspect set the fire to get back inside of his vehicle and then bring the front door, or did it all happen at the same time?
So from what I understand, and again, this is just a preliminary investigation right now, from what I have been briefed on, is that he rammed the vehicle through the front door, exited, then started firing shots. We are still trying to determine exactly when and where that fire ended up coming from and how it got started. So we believe it was deliberately set, though, by the suspect.
Were they in an active service when this happened?
Yes, the service was active. There was hundreds of people within the church.
Are you sure it's only one suspect at this point, or is it possible other people helped set the fire?
Yes, it is one suspect that we know of at this point. We do not believe that there's a threat to the public. We believe that we have the guy who did this. Sure.
Could you comment at all on the severity of the injuries at this time?
We have a couple in critical condition. Like I said, one is deceased. The rest of them are in stable condition.
A couple, maybe 3 or 2, I'm sorry.
One deceased. The suspect is deceased as well. And then multiple victims are in critical condition. We do believe that we will find some additional victims once we find the area where the fire was.
Any word on the weapon? Yeah.
An assault rifle.
So, as far as ammunition, did he have a lot of ammunition?
That I don't know of yet, and I could get you later. Yeah.
Hi, Bill.
Hey.
Was the suspect known to authorities, and did he have any connection to anyone who was in that church?
Right now, we don't have any of that information, but I'm confident that our investigators, along with the FBI, we're going to end up uncovering all that information and provide that at a later time for you.
Chief, to clarify, you said there may be additional victims like inside the church?
Yes, where the fire was. So, and the reason why we can't confirm that just yet is because it was a large fire, and we do believe that there was people up there that were near that fire and they were unable to get out of the church. So we do believe that we will find additional victims once we're able to search that, once there's no signs of a fire reigniting.
So do you believe that the victims that are still there, they succumbed to fire injuries or gunshots, or you're not sure?
That I'm not sure, but I could provide all that information hopefully at 5 p.m.
The shots were fired.
Shots were fired, yes.
And he had no idea how many though at this point.
No idea how many at this time. Yeah. Sir.
The church, is there like a worship area and then like a gathering space or something like that?
That I have not been in, so I can't tell you the layout.
Chief, can you kind of describe the process of how things change for tactical response when there's an active fire? Every training I've seen, it's always been a building that has not been on fire. So how do you deal with an active shooter when you have that situation happening as well?
Well, we are here at Grand Blanc Township, and there's a lot of agencies within the state of Michigan. We are specifically trained to go right to the threat in an active shooter situation. And I'm proud of my guys and the DNR who responded to this scene, who immediately took that suspect out. So that was a great job by our staff. Okay.
So it was a law enforcement officer that neutralized the suspect?
Yes, there's 2 law enforcement officers involved. I will be back here at 5 p.m. to give you additional information and hopefully answer some of the questions that you guys went over here today. So, okay. Supervisor Bennett.
Hello, Scott Bennett, Grand Blanc Township Supervisor. Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T. First, let me say we are heartbroken. This kind of violence doesn't happen in our community, and we are heartbroken that it came to Grand Blanc Township. And we're going to do everything we can to support the families, the victims, and our community getting through this situation. And it's something that no community ever wants to have. And we're going to do our best to do everything we can. We appreciate the outpouring of support from our elected leaders from both national and state in offering their assistance. And we probably will take them up on their offers. So we appreciate that very much. And we appreciate the community reaching out to us also. So the details are yet to come, as Chief Rennie has said, and we'll wait for a little bit later today when we have the rest of the situation assessed. But it may take a little while, and I'm sure that the families and the victims are going to need that. It's a tragedy that nobody wants to encounter. Thank you.
Chief, before you step out, can you go over the process of family members, where you want them to go, who they should call to get more information on the invitation?
Yeah, so those family members, they are in a secure area right now. They have been taken over to Trillium. So that's where the FBI will interview them and then release them from there. So
I mean, in terms of anybody who might be at home who is not there and wants to check in to see if their loved one is okay, is there a number or a place that you want them to go?
yes, you could call the Grambling Township Police Department, 810-424-2611. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, you were just listening into a news conference. We heard from the police chief, Bill Rennie, and the supervisor there, Scott Bennett, both talking about the heartbreak that community is facing after 10 people were shot, according to the police chief, including one person that has died. The suspect, they said, has also been killed. The fire that they talked about starting at the church is believed to have been from a 40-year-old male from Burton, Michigan. Again, the suspect was killed. Police saying there is no threat to the community, but they say that this fire is believed to have been started by that individual who also fired shots inside that Latter-day Saints church this morning. A motive is unclear. The police talked about wanting to get cell phone records to understand what perhaps was the motivation for somebody to go shoot up a church this morning in Michigan there, Grand Blanc, Michigan. Police describing that he rammed his vehicle through the front door, then exited and started firing shots. They said, again, one suspect is believed to be involved at this time. They don't believe any other people. You see cameras right there on your screen holding each other, smoke billowing from that church where the fire was started. There were multiple victims that the police chief said are in critical condition. At first, when questioned about it, he said a couple in critical condition, but then said there were multiple victims in critical condition. They did recover an assault rifle. They do not know if the suspect was connected to this church in any way. Officials have been speaking out about this. Again, the supervisor there for Grand Blanc, Scott Bennett, saying, first, we are heartbroken, said this kind of violence does not happen in our community. Governor Gretchen Whitmer posted a written statement on social media saying, my heart is breaking for the Grand Blanc community. Violence anywhere, especially in a place of worship, is unacceptable. Quote, I am grateful to the first responders who took action. We will continue to monitor the situation. The police chief, as in many situations like this, acknowledging that they still have a lot of information to comb through, but hoping to have a news conference later this evening at 5 p.m. to hopefully bring the community and the media up to speed on what happened, what was the motivation, and hopefully an update on those victims. Again, just to recount, we're hearing 10 people were victims of gunshots, including one person that has died. The suspect has been killed. I want to bring in Anna Schechter. She joins us by phone. She's the senior coordinating producer for CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. Anna, I know you've been listening in to the news conference too. A lot of folks had questions, but as in cases like this, we're only a couple of hours removed from when this happened. So a lot still has to be determined. But what did you make of what what police was saying in reference to not knowing if this one was somehow connected to this church?
It's a great point, because that is the big question, is why and motive. So I am hoping at 5 p.m. we're going to learn more. But the fact that multiple victims, 10 gunshot victims transported to local hospitals, and this is a major event during a day of worship, a morning of worship. So we will probably find out that there was some connection between the suspect and this church, and we're just waiting to learn more details.
A number of officials have spoken out about this already. I don't know if you were listening there when we talked about the Governor Gretchen Whitmer issuing statements. The FBI investigation director, Kash Patel, saying violence in a place of worship is cowardly and a criminal act. Our prayers are with the victims and their families during this terrible tragedy. And then U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi also mentioning that such violence, she says, at a place of worship is heartbreaking and chilling, and asking people to join in with prayers. As far as you can tell, Anna, this is a community back in June, I'm sure you recall, in Wayne, Michigan, that experienced a similar situation, but in that case, one person was shot. The alleged gunman was killed. Talk to us about the impact that something like this has on a community, especially to hear from the supervisor opening up saying, we are heartbroken. This kind of violence doesn't happen in our community.
They always say that.
Well, it's notable that just 3 months ago this happened, as you mentioned, in Wayne. Now,
It's such a nice neighborhood. These kind of things never happen here. They always say that shit. Shabaka, you still there?
Yeah.
Shabaka.
Oh man. Oh
in that
man.
Did you hear what she said? It's such a nice place. These things never happen here. All that type of shit. You see the kitty? Say hi, Khalifa.
Yeah, I see the kitty coming up. They getting ready to be a little panther. You got a little ball with some yarn for him.
About to go break out my
Yes.
Yeah, this is the girl right here. This is the baby girl.
Yeah, because you need something to pounce, you know.
Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah, to get his pouncing practice in.
Oh, they've been getting it in.
They're fighting.
Yeah, I was supposed to do Twitter V40 earlier. Man, I missed him by 5 hours. But been up there on TikTok. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that shit alone. I already cussed out about 12 people. So you know it's not for me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know it's not for me.
All right, let me finish this clip and then we can discuss this shooting in Michigan. And then we got the other shooting that happened in North Carolina.
Wow. Was this at church too?
It was a domestic violence dispute. And we only learned that later, that that the suspect was actually targeting a woman, and it was a domestic violence, essentially, like the worst case scenario, an awful thing that occurred in a very tight-knit community. So that trauma is still being experienced by that community. It's about an hour's drive south of where this has just occurred at this Church of Latter-day Saints. So just really tough few months for this area, and really shocking just the way that this played out. A vehicle rammed into a church during church services. More than 100 people were there worshiping. Then opened fire. Just a horrific morning there. And multiple agencies, as you mentioned, ATF is on the scene, local FBI, Michigan State Police, the local police have been the lead, and we'll see if that changes if the FBI decides to take over. But at this point, it appears that local and state police are leading this investigation.
And according to the website, the church services start at about 10 o'clock. We understand that today, the Worldwide Church of Latter-day Saints was grieving the death of their prophet, Russell M. Nelson. Now, we are not saying this is linked in any way, but here you have people that were mourning a leader in that church who was over 100 years old, something like this happening. And also worth mentioning the police chief saying, we believe we will find additional victims as we continue our investigation, because they believe people were not able to quite get out of that church safely because of that fire. So when you hear that the suspect set fire to the church, how does that impact the response to a shooting like this?
This is such a complex situation for law enforcement to address. Not only you had a shooter, but the fire, it's just sort of everything that could possibly be challenging happened in a very short period of time. We heard that a couple of local police officers were able to get there. They neutralized the suspect, but then essentially the entire building was ablaze. So we very well might hear that there are other injuries from smoke inhalation, burns, that sort of thing. We know at this time 10 gunshot victims, but we don't know at this time how many victims might have been impacted by that fire.
gunshot victims, 1 person deceased, and possibly others that the police chief says they have not even found yet that could be inside that church. And it is unclear if they died because of gunshot wounds or because of the fire. We will, of course, continue to keep you updated. Anna Schechter, thank you so much for joining us. Stay with CBS News as we continue to follow this developing story. This is a special report. I'm Jerika Duncan here in New York. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that update, Jerika. All right,
Okay, on that
we covered all of that already.
Okay, now so we're going to talk about Bud being stopped by the Omaha Police Department.
Yeah, we already talked about that, Shabbat.
You already talked about that. You already talked about the Queen Mother's passing.
Yep. We did that the past 2 days.
Yeah, that should have been that's the top story. And then that punk ass Patel is going to say we shouldn't mourn her death.
Yeah, we covered all that, Shabbat.
Yeah, Yeah. So may the Queen Mother rest in power, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. And then shit, I gotta leave this apartment at 9 a.m. because they're gonna be up here. Turn on that damn fire alarm. Well, anyway, so may she rest in power, let her legacy go on. And like I said, I've been on other platforms lately arguing with some of the most dumb bunny individuals that there is, but however it is, what it is, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't think that platform is going to work for me because I spoke to about 12 people, got into arguments with all of them. This selective amnesia and ignorance is something else. My gosh. But however, they grown, I only tell a grown person something once, you know what I mean? So also too is that another thing I want to talk about is the dump. I think the man is mentally unstable for the job. And then great news. Eric Adams will not be running for mayor of Philadelphia. So that's great news. Okay.
Oh, it's New York, Shabaka.
Oh, man. Okay. All right. I'm tired. Okay. Yeah. The mayor of New York, Eric Adams, he won't be running. That's good.
Yeah. So it's between the damn socialists.
Yeah.
And Andrew Cuomo.
Yes, sir. Right. So what we need to do, Black family, with the passing of the Queen Mother, okay, we need to do is just focus on ourselves, okay? Exactly. And to quote you, Brother Parrish, as you were saying, man, years ago, the other groups got to go out there and hold your own nuts.
Yep.
Y'all can't come to us no more.
Exactly. Because we're not doing it. The cape is off.
Yeah, we ain't no more. Yeah, the cape is off. So y'all gonna have to go find some brain dead motherfuckers to go help you, or what have you. We're not brain dead. We got our own business to handle.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
And then old boy, as you know, I don't know if we had this in the description. Old boy, the cape is off. Yeah, and like old boy up there in Portland, he talking about, man, he was getting ready to bum rush Portland, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, but the mayor of Portland, man, intercepted his ass real sweet. He got him in front of courts, in front of the judge. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then also, too,
well, Ice Cube's tour
said, no, it ain't happening.
Firebombed in Portland.
And then Ice Cube, his tour bus got bombed up in Portland. You got fanatics in Portland. I've been through Portland a few times. They protest like Seattle. They get out there, rumble with you. Got people on that shit out there, on that fentanyl. It's crazy. Yeah, Portland, Oregon's a mess, man.
Yeah, Denver's a baby Portland, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, because you got a lot of environmentalists out there and Portland.
Mm-hmm.
You say.
Right,
and then Trump talking about he gonna send in the National Guard there to Portland, so the governor of Oregon and the mayor of Portland short-stopped his ass. You see, they went straight to a damn federal judge.
Yeah, he needs to try
And
to. He
then
needs to send
also
him
too.
to Utah. That's where he needs to send him. Send him to Utah.
Oh yeah.
Come right here to Colorado and get these the rest of these illegals. All right, so more Mayo on Mayo crime. There was another shooting a day or two ago, and that was in North Carolina. So here's the new.
Good old boys is getting restless down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these colors are getting a little bit out of line, you know. MAGA, the pants is falling down on the MAGA movement. They got a lot of internal crap going on in the inside, which is great news. Let them crash from within, you know.
Right. Well, the Democrats are already crashing and burning. So yeah, like we said since the very beginning, we don't care if both of these parties collapse. That shit ain't.
Yeah, they two sides of the same coin. Yeah.
Right. And
you ain't kicking out no reparations. You know. Y'all look at us like we crazy when we talk about justice. You know, we built your damn country.
Mm-hmm.
The clowns benefited greatly for generations off the slave. And you still benefited today. Even when old Shorty, boy got there going looking for Shorty to get that Johnny Walker Red or that Jack Daniels. They benefiting off of that, off the sugar cane. See? And and great news. Hurricanes in Florida, getting ready to smash the shit out of Florida.
No, it's gonna go out to sea, Shabaki. It's
gonna die out in the sea.
It's gonna veer out to sea. Got the Fujiwara effect because there's another storm like directly to the east of it that's gonna make it go out to sea.
All right. Who knows? Maybe I need to go study me some geology. What is that? Not geology, the weather, meteorology.
Yeah, meteorology. That's what I was initially going to school for.
Okay.
I gotta get this.
You going to school for meteorology now?
That's what I was initially going to school for.
Oh, okay. All right. And then too, we had a little bit of rain out here in the wild way, out here in the desert. Temperatures is cooling. It's 69 degrees now. Now I'm up here freezing.
Yeah, it's 59 here.
We lost 30 degrees. It's 69 degrees. That's cold.
It's 59 here.
Well, you guys up there in a mile high up there.
3 people killed, at least 8 more wounded after a gunman on a boat opened fire.
Oh, this damn fool in North Carolina. That's the dude that went to the bar, man, and lost his money in the pool game or something. Came back
The American Fish Company, a popular waterfront pub about 30 miles south of Wilmington. Officials saying the boat then escaped up the waterway. According to the city, a U.S. Coast Guard crew later spotted a man matching the shooter's description at a public boat ramp. He was detained and is now in custody with Oak Island police. Police are calling him a person of interest. No motive has been released.
Keep the community and those involved, our families, in your thoughts and prayers.
No information yet on the victims here. Officials saying they are waiting until the families can be notified to release any further information.
Yeah. Okay, so we got crazy ass people shooting at people at a boat after drinking in the bar. Then you got drunk enough to go out there and got pissed off,
Good morning. I'm the police chief for the city of Southport. First, this morning, I want to start off by saying that our prayers are with the families and the victims of this tragedy that we've had that occurred early this morning. So our thoughts and prayers are and those that were at the establishment when this unfolded. I want to also thank the outpouring of support that we've received from all of our law enforcement partners and community partners from across the state, for that matter. Behind me, you'll have remarks briefly from Sheriff Chisholm, Brunswick County Sheriff's Office, SBI Chris Brenzel, District Attorney John David, Chief Morris with the Oak Island Police Department, and Jenna Early, the first assistant with the District Attorney's Office. They're behind me today to try to be here to answer any questions we may have or talk this through this morning. So I want to start off on Saturday, December 27th, 2025 at approximately 9:30. Members of the Southport Police Department were dispatched to cause of shots fired with multiple injuries at the American Fish Company at 150 Yacht Basin Drive here in Southport. Reports came in rapidly of a boat sitting in the waterway. Reports of a subject shooting multiple patrons of the establishment. Unfortunately, 3 were wounded fatally. We have 5 injured that are at area hospitals still receiving care. The boat fled the ICW toward the Oak Island Bridge. Shortly after 10 p.m., the Coast Guard observed a single individual matching the description of the shooter loading their boat at a public boat ramp in the area of Northeast 55th Street on Oak Island. Coast Guard crews detained the suspect, who was held at the Oak Island Police Department before being turned over to several members there, including the Southport Police Department, Brunswick County Sheriff's Office, Marine Fisheries, and the Oak Island Police Department. Also the SBI that were assisting us in these various locations. Suspect is a now Max Edge. He's been arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 5 counts of assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflict, and serious injury. There are additional charges pending. This is still a very active investigation, but there's a couple of things that I want to point out to you today before I turn it over to some of these individuals behind me. Some facts that we have at this time is that we believe that this was a targeted location. We appear that he acted in what we call a lone wolf. He acted alone. This is highly premeditated from what we're seeing at this time. And we feel there are no other threats to our community, that we do have someone in custody. So that's what's important, that I want the community to know, that we do have someone in custody and we feel like we have no other threats this time. Still a very active investigation. I want to point that out. We're asking that anyone who was at the establishment last night, those who may have been at the establishment on Friday night, to call our office, the Southport Police Department, at 910-457-7911. Again, when we arrived last night, it was a very chaotic scene. We had people that had fled the scene before officers were arriving. We did have some injured that walked into our local hospital here on Howe Street. So we are still trying to get these folks in. We need to talk with them. Anyone who may have video of the incident, we're asking you to reach out to our police department. Again, call us at 910-457-7911. We understand this suspect identifies as a combat veteran. He self-identifies. Injured in the line of duty is what he's saying. He suffers from PTSD. We want to point those facts out. But again, the bottom line is that I want to assure our community that we feel like we do have our suspect in custody. And again, we're asking for your assistance. So those are 2 of the things I want to make sure and reiterate before I turn the microphone over to Sheriff Chisholm, to please call our office if you have any videos, or if you were there last night and we have not talked to you. We've been talking to multiple people. Again, we've had an outpouring of support from multiple agencies. Some 60 to 80 officers were here last night helping us, and we have still a lot of folks here that are continuing with its investigation. So at this time, I'll turn the mic over to Sheriff Chisholm.
Good morning. As Chief Cord mentioned, we stand with Southport PD. This is a place that I grew up. So it's a place that I hold near and dear to my heart, like many people in this room. And I want all of you in this room, I challenge you, do not let this define Southport.
Yeah, hell yeah, you know
You
damn
have
well
great
it
men and women
is.
standing behind me, and I am so proud
Yeah, them good old boys,
of my
yeah.
coworkers and Southport PD, the SBI, all the federal partners, Oak Island PD, everybody that came and responded, came together to get this guy in custody so quickly. I am very proud of them, and my heart goes out to them because they were here. They had to see this. Just know that we have
having the same
all of our resources, and they're available to Southport PD. And I just want to thank all the partners that were there last night and the ones that are here today.
They wouldn't be having,
and for their quick response and
if this
just
they
a
wouldn't be having
quick end to this tragedy.
If this is wrong, then they
Thank you.
wouldn't be having the same sympathy.
Yeah. Charlie Boris, the Oak Island Police Department. Thank you, Sheriff. Just to reiterate a couple things that the Sheriff and Chief Coring said, we have a close-knit community here. I certainly do not want this incident to define who we are, because that is not us. This is a person that has acted alone. We feel confident right now, even though we're in the preliminary stages of the investigation, we feel like that this person acted alone and there's no one else involved. Last night, our witnesses that were on the scene observed a white center console boat travel south or southwest, leaving the area. Our Coast Guard partners were patrolling along with our sheriff's office and encountered a boat down at the 55th Street boat access in Oak Island. The officers got out and made contact with Mr. Edge, and as a result of that, during the investigation, he was detained and taken into custody. Another thing that I would like to reiterate is, yes, Nigel Edge is a resident of Oak Island. We are familiar with him at the police department. So I want to acknowledge that as well.
There you go.
So I don't think I have anything else, but God bless our victims. God bless our community. And we wish our victims that are suffered the injuries a speedy recovery.
Yeah, that's what exactly what that.
Good morning, Chris Brunzel, Special Agent in charge with the State Bureau of Investigation. I don't think it can be said enough, and I join our partners in offering our prayers to the families of the victims who were murdered and injured last night during these tragic events that happened in Southport.
I don't like them.
I want to thank the men standing behind me and all of our local, state,
Yeah, this
federal,
on the Outer Banks, yeah.
and every other partner that we have, U.S. Coast Guard that responded last night. Without these partnerships, we would not be able to stand in front of you to announce the arrest of this individual today.
I bet you this is a lily white town. Listen.
I also want to commend the men and women from all over the county and all over the state that responded to this incident last night. It's through their hard work that we were able to make this happen. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is District Attorney John David. Evil has come ashore in Southport, North Carolina. Ironically enough, at the very place which once served as a backdrop to the movie Safe Haven.
Full of a whole lot of evil.
And that name is symbolic of the way in which the people in our community view this area.
Wilmington, North Carolina.
The thin veneer of peace and tranquility which is enveloped this idyllic waterfront community was shattered last night by gunfire that came from the water. When the dust settled, 8 people were shot, 3 of them are dead, and at least 1 is now clinging for their life. I want to tell you that the group of people that stand behind me now awoke this morning with a firm resolve to seek maximum justice in this case. I will tell you that the men and women of law enforcement worked quickly and in team-like fashion to give us the tools that we need to be effective in a courtroom. And that process will begin literally tomorrow with the first appearance of Nigel Edge. Now, there's a lot that prosecutors under the rules of North Carolina's professional rules are not permitted to say. We can talk a lot more about process than we can about facts.
Michigan,
but you know something about the core nucleus of operative facts. I want to tell you a little bit about what the road ahead looks like. But before I do that, let me say first and foremost that my office prides itself on something that we refer to as the police prosecutor team approach. It's a highly collaborative process that requires us at the front end to work very closely. I personally arrived at the scene at about 11 o'clock last night. I saw with my own eyes the horror which has occurred in this case. I was joined by my first assistant, Jenna Early, my investigator, Charlie Lyles. And I'm so grateful for the incredible law enforcement response, the incredible response to the first, the first arriving medical folks who did their best to limit further damage and loss of life. It was really heartening to witness that play out in real time. So tomorrow we are going to be in a courtroom, and for the first time, we're going to be able to talk about the facts. In the fullness of time, the truth will emerge in a courtroom, and that's where I'm going to be doing the majority of my talking. He will be given a first appearance. He is currently charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted murder, and 5 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. I anticipate that additional charges could be forthcoming. And so we are going to be moving forward in that process tomorrow. He is currently held without bond. It is my hope and expectation that that will remain tomorrow and throughout this process. I will say that North Carolina is a state for which the death penalty is a potential, and my office does seek it in appropriate cases. I want you to know that there is a process in place within my office to scrupulously review the facts and circumstances of every homicide offense that comes through our door. I have a team of senior prosecutors that meet as part of a death penalty review committee, and we make sure that we thoroughly evaluate the facts and the law on a case-by-case basis. We do that to ensure that we make our decisions on the basis of the fact and the law and not emotion, because it should go without saying.
Hold on, let me pause and show y'all what this goofy looking motherfucker look like. Put him on the big screen. There he is.
Wait a minute. Okay, that's a yeah, it look like an inbred for sure. He look crazy as hell. Straight dumpster.
Like he's off the fucking
straight dumpster, looking crazy in the motherfucker. Straight dumpster. You notice that these dumpsters, y'all,
So that's
have
what they
certain,
do.
you know what I'm saying?
You gotta have a certain inbred look.
Yeah,
They have a
man,
certain
you know,
inbred look to him.
you know what I'm saying? And I
Their
can't
parents were
remember
cousins.
This is a very emotional time for a lot of people. We want to embrace the process that has served us so well over the 15 years that I've been fortunate enough to be your elected district attorney.
Yeah, whatever.
To sort of paint the picture of what occurred last night, the incident location where this occurred, the American Fish Company, which I've already indicated to you was quite literally the backdrop for the movie Safe Haven, had live music going on last night. There is an outdoor deck which faces the water, and there was a lot of people out there last night just enjoying live music under the stars. The threat, everyone who's a victim in this case, to this point, just appears to be a love of having a good time and enjoying all that Southport has to offer. Sadly, a lot of the victims in this case appear to be not but people who are here on vacation. And just to anticipate one of the questions that I imagine that you have, that's one of the very reasons why when we took out these warrants early this morning, we used only initials for people's names rather than their full name. Some of the victims' families live out of
wait a
state.
minute. Whoa.
And as
If
district
you don't
attorney,
have
I
his
wanted
full
to
name
ensure
on
that
the
we made
warrant, homie,
proper
that might be a
notifications
false
to
arrest.
them before they're hearing about it
Am
on
I
the
right
news.
about that, Brother
And
Jay?
so that is one of the reasons why the arrest warrants that you have contain only initials at this juncture. Tomorrow, I expect you're going to be hearing more about potentially the identity of some of the victims, and you're going to hear more of the facts that underlie the investigation. But I can't overstate how quickly this investigation unfolded. Very heartened by the fact that law enforcement was able to make an immediate apprehension. I'm confident, based on what I now know, that we got the right guy and that he acted alone. I will tell you that we ask for some grace because we're only in the first 14 hours of this investigation. And in my experience as being a prosecutor, and I'm now in my 30th year of being a prosecutor, facts frequently change, they evolve. And so I allow for the possibility that we're going to learn substantial new information in the coming days and weeks. But having said that, I think, and I feel very confident as I stand before you today, that law enforcement has given us the tools that we need to be effective. With that, we will entertain a couple of questions. Again, with the guardrails in place being, facts are still being developed, and there's a lot we can't say consistent with the ethical rules under 3.8 and 3.6. So are there any questions? Yes, ma'am.
He's probably one of the keepers.
In fact, he did. Mr. Nile Edge actually changed his name some years ago. And so we are looking to identify, all of his past. And there's going to be questions about his past. Chief Morris already said that he's a resident of Oak Island, and he was well known to law enforcement. He wasn't quite as well known in the criminal court system. There are some minor contacts over the years, but nothing significant in his past, which
lies. They're always known to law enforcement. Law enforcement just be allowing this shit to happen. They be on their radar. They don't do shit until they go do some shit like this, and then, oh, he acted alone. No, the fuck he didn't.
Yeah.
They never act alone.
Exactly.
As soon as they check his social media and all of that, they gonna find out he did not act alone. These must they never act alone, but alone with them. But when black people do something like this, oh, it's the whole black community. Oh,
exactly.
What's wrong with the community? But when these crackers do this mayo on mayo shit, oh, it's a lone wolf. They acted alone.
Exactly. And all these motherfuckers got the same goddamn pattern. They see they pray, man. They sit there, they contemplate, man. They go get drunk, then they lock and load, man. Then they go execute.
So shout out to Great Black Shark. Which gang do y'all believe he belonged to? Because I think he belongs to one of
yeah, love it. Yeah, the white supremacy gangs. Yeah. The order.
So he either belonged to the order.
The order is the most dangerous domestic terrorist organization. Black Legion. They like the Ku Klux Klan's brothers.
Yep. He either belonged to
The
them
Black
or
Legion. Linwood Bible.
Those are Asians. Keystone United.
Keystone United.
Look at one of them Keystone United motherfuckers.
Prince of Vincent Keystone. 211 crew.
They out of here. They out of Colorado.
Yeah, they're involved in the Colorado prison system, the Aryan Circle.
Yeah, it's probably Aryan Circle.
That figure did not act low.
Right. Or his European kindred.
And they want us to sit up there and love these motherfuckers.
Right.
Folks from doing a Heil Hitler sign.
Just like Elon Musk was.
Founded in 1994 by Randall Lee. They in Canada, United States. Wait, they known for deep racial hatred and anti-Semitism and deal with them with violence. They made inroads with land acquisition, also a key player in the hate music scene.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hits and all that type of shit. That's them.
The Hammer Skins.
Hammer Skins. I heard of the Hammer Skins.
I think I seen that symbol out here in Vegas, man. A motherfucker on a motorcycle with that same bullshit right there with them two hammers.
Yep, he's probably one of them members.
Let's see where they at. Michigan and blood and honor. Neo-Nazis.
Founded the
Got
same.
got a goddamn SWAT sticker up there.
Yeah, these must out of Europe, out of England. Yeah, so he more than likely belonged to one of those gangs.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, what do y'all got to say about black on black crime? Boy, these here look like some wretched ass gang banging motherfuckers right here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Them motherfuckers was frightened. And they will lynch your black ass.
For civil suits that he's instituted against people. And he's had some minor brushes with the law, but to this point, we're unaware of any significant criminal history. Again,
they always have minor brushes with the law. Oh, what you gonna give you a slap on the wrist? Don't do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they mean by that.
Yeah, we'll put you in solitary confinement, protective custody.
We can state it's early on in the investigation, but as I stand before you today, I'm unaware of that. Yes, ma'am.
Do you think it's kind of a one?
Yeah, so the question is this common in our area? I'll tell you that violent crime is virtually non-existent in the city of Southport. This is an idyllic waterfront community that really enjoys a reputation.
Y'all really believe that? No, I don't believe that for 1 minute.
Hell no, man. That's straight sundown hillbilly ass town right there, and you better not be caught there after dark.
Right.
Down there with Andy Mayberry and Barney Fife. Mayberry, North Carolina.
Nah, Mayberry.
Oh, yeah. Down there in the great state of North Carolina. Hick ass town. All them inbred, hybrid motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Hey, and we never did find out what happened with that story that came out of Kentucky when the sheriff went there and shot the judge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the sheriff shot the judge, and it wasn't the deputy. Who. Sheriff shot the judge.
Along with his boat and residents. And I won't go into specifics about what was recovered. However, a little more since they are the agency that took possession of those weapons. I'll let them discuss that.
They killed me. Such a nice town.
Yeah, so the question is, when he was encountered by the Coast Guard and law enforcement, what was he doing? That information was put out last night about the boat, which is very vague. That's a very vague description. There was no other descriptions other than a white center console boat that we were able to push out. Our Coast Guard partners, which the Coast Guard station is in very close proximity to here, were patrolling the area along with the sheriff's office. And as they were patrolling, they located a white boat at our boat access, our 55th Street boat access. At the time of his encounter, he was loading the boat up, and then that's when we engaged him in a conversation and ultimately took him into, or detained him and then ultimately took him into custody.
He lives on Oak Island?
Yes, he is a resident that lives on the island. Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to speak on that. I'll let Chief Coring or the SBI will defer that question to them. Thank you. Yes. No, I don't have that. Chief Coring would be more appropriate to answer that question.
Chief, let me say something.
Yes.
I think it's important to let you know why it is we have so many different law enforcement agencies at a local level assembled behind us. Brunswick County is the fastest growing of the 100 counties in North Carolina. We have 60 miles of coastline and 19 municipalities. Several of those municipalities have sufficient tax base to be able to afford their own local law enforcement agencies. And so the sheriff's office blankets the entire county. They have overlapping and concurrent jurisdiction over everything that happens in the municipalities.
Yeah.
And one of the unique features of this case is that the shooting occurred in the city limits of Southport, but the apprehension happened in Oak Island for a resident that lives in Oak Island. There's going to be a very comprehensive investigation that takes place, not only by the sheriff's office that blankets the entire county, but also by the State Bureau of Investigation. They are an assisting agency, and at my request and in that of Todd Poring and Sheriff Brian Chisholm, they were asked to come in last night and assist us in processing the crime scene and conducting critical interviews. So that's the team of people that we have assembled. And again, I know that there's going to continue to be a lot of questions on people's minds about what has occurred, and those answers will emerge in the fullness of time. But I want to circle back to where we started, which is keeping the victims and their families in the thoughts and prayers of all of us in this community. This is truly a devastating incident. For those of us, we're not just professionals, we're residents of Brunswick County. And our hearts and prayers are with the people that not only live here, but just enjoy our space. They are, some of them are literally fighting for their life right now in hospital rooms. So please continue to lift them up and keep them in your thoughts and prayers, them and their families. You know, there's going to be a lot.
So much thoughts and prayers. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. I only do that when it's white people on white people. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly.
Andy Griffin was based off of Mayberry, which is inspired by Mount Airy, North Carolina.
I heard of Mount Airy, North Carolina. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Probably another sundown town.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Look at Barney Fife and Cooper and old crazy ass Warren that they had up there, and even had Gomer Pyle in there before he went to the Marine Corps. Bunch of good old boys. Opie.
Yep. It's just outside of Winston-Salem.
Same place where they make the Winston-Salem cigarettes, because North Carolina was known for tobacco.
Tobacco.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that they owe us on for the reparations on that. All the money they made off the tobacco. Yeah, so it's the cotton, tobacco, the sugar cane to get you good old boys up there like Jack Daniels, or J.D. Vance, and Henry, Johnny Walker, and they even got that old bastard old granddad that come up there. Oh yeah, they own us some mighty fine money.
So these crackers is going at it, y'all. Just stay out
of it. Yeah, shit, look what the fuck you got out there, man. You know, look at this crazy motherfucker you got as the president, man.
Yeah.
Is it a wonder? I mean, look at this shit he's doing. The damn mayor of Portland, Oregon, man, had to go to 3 fucking judges and shut that crazy bastard down, man, for sending it. This motherfucker want to send a goddamn National Guard everywhere. This motherfucker wants to militarize the country.
Yep.
Now, let me show you something. There was a movie they made with Bruce Willis about 1988, 89. Now, I know you youngins don't remember. Called Under Siege. And in that movie, it was similar to what this motherfucker is doing right now. The U.S. Constitution has been suspended. It's all militarized now. See? Now they want you to take all these damn drugs and a new batch of vaccines they want to give you, man.
Well, you missed the loop. We covered Google. Google admits to censorship on the jabby jab and all this other stuff. We gotta go back and listen to the past episodes because we covered all of that.
Okay. All right, so I'll listen to the past episode. What else we got? Because I'm about to call it a night.
This is it, Shabaka. We're done.
Okay.
End of the show.
All right, so thanks for having me. And for our listeners out there, you might can check me out on TikTok. I don't understand it, but I already had like 15 arguments with brain dead motherfuckers up there. You know what I'm saying? So
We want to check that out.
So we're gonna do Bacchus Black Experience Enhanced on Tuesday.
yeah, most definitely. And what we're doing on Tuesday, which is tomorrow night, okay, the last day of the month of October, September. Okay, yeah. September the 30th. The title's going to be we're talking on current events as they unfold, because there's so much shit that's going on, man. Hell, tomorrow may not even come at all.
Yeah. Well, the rap was already supposed to have happened, Shabaki.
Oh yeah, well I damn sure see this motherfucker happening right now. You got this crazy ass president, got everybody intimidated, but it sounds like the courts are starting to grow a little bit of balls, because I think what's going to be his downfall, because you heard that the dumps is going after James Comey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the former FBI director.
You talking not James Coleman, Comey. What is his name?
Yeah.
Comey.
Yeah, Comey, C-O-M-E-Y.
Yeah.
He's also going after another motherfucker up there. And then Kash Patel, that crazy looking fat with his cross-eyed ass, gonna sit up there talking about don't mourn the death of Assata Shakur. You trick, fuck you.
Yeah, but he wanted us to mourn the death of a white supremacist Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, exactly. You see the bullshit right there?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then I'm up there was arguing with brain dead motherfuckers about Assata, and I'm up there trying to tell these youngsters, motherfucker, I'm talking about what the hell I lived through. Well, man, we're in the age of George Jetson and his dog ass you. Man, fuck you, man. Get off that shit you use.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't like doing that. I'm up here first talking to the people. Listen, stuff like that, them motherfuckers start getting ignorant with willful ignorance.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Shabaka. I'm about to end the show.
Thank you, Shabaka.
Right, okay. Yes, sir. I was late. Okay, so we are going on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced here on StreamYard tomorrow, which is will be September the 30th at 6 p.m. All right. So we're going to bid you all a good night from Sin City. Raiders got their ass kicked and no good bastards.
Great.
They lost by 1 point and lost to the Chicago Bears.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
got their asses kicked right here in Las Vegas. But, you know, the Chi is the hometown, so I don't mind it too much. But the Bears ain't looking good at all.
Yeah.
Not in the least, you know. Yeah. And then I see I got this notice. These motherfuckers going to be inspecting fire alarms in a few hours.
Oh, no.
Okay, folks. So I'm going to bid everybody good night here from Sin City, Nevada.
Come on, 7-Eleven.
That's right. At 68 degrees. That's cold in the motherfucker shit. I wear my damn coat and shit. All right. Y'all take care.
All right. Good night.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank y'all for tuning in to season 5, episode 45, part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News. Join us tomorrow or later on today for part 3. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. And join us this Tuesday for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Yay. Black is dangerous.
So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah and Lady Chase signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. Soon to be arrested and deported city. Come on, Tom Holman, come to Denver, Colorado. Arato.
Yeah.
No, no.
Mm-hmm.
You got to come back.
I'm ready.
ICE ain't doing enough deportations. Get these illegals up out of here. Peace.
Peace.